tuanze. Sio nitakuwa nakupa ishara wewe.
Ngoja kuna anaedit muziki mmoja wa dada.
Yuko wapi?
Kuna wadada fulani ndio walikuwa na edit na muziki mmoja. Kakaa pale kwenye mapokezi.
Yupi?
Pale kwenye mapokezi wale wawili wale, mmoja wapo ndio alikuwa na nani?
Anapunguzia wapi huo muziki? Wanapunguzia wapi?
Kwenye laptop yao. Ngoja nimshukuru.
Nimemwandikia message lakini nimeongea na Glory, nimwambia ngoja tu set the room enough of networking sasa. Ameniambia yes we proceed. Ila nilimwandikia message dada na nikamwambia tunasema mnakaribia kuja uniambie. Sasa umeenda muda. I am thinking labda hajashika simu yake. Good morning once again. Hello. Hello. Are we all together? Do we have that whole vibe for celebration, right? Wonderful. Without further ado, nilikuwa natamani tukae kwenye viti wakati mgeni wetu rasmi anakaribia kuja. Then we do some small activity kwa sababu na imani tumenetwork vya kutosha. Si ndio? Tumeweza kuona wajasiriamali wenzetu wanafanya nini. So naombeni tuchukue seats zetu. Please, tunakaribia kuanza. Kwa wale ambao mpo hapo nje naomba tuingie ndani, tunakaribia kuanza. Tuko nje ya muda kidogo, so our timetable tutaikimbiza kwa haraka haraka. At least tuweze commit each and everything ambayo iko kwenye timetable yetu. Karibuni sana, 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 sana kwenye Women Creating Wealth Country Forum and Certification Program ambayo inafanyika hapa 4 Points Serena Hotel, Dar es Salaam, tarehe 29 ya mwezi wa 5. Congratulations to all who made it all the way in 10 months. It's not a joke. Jamani, naomba tuwapigie makofi. It's really not a joke. It's a hard work ambayo wamefanya. They've put a lot of energy, they've sacrificed, wameweka priorities zao sawa until they have made it to this big day. Hongereni sana sana sana. Naomba kwa mara nyingine tena mjipigie makofi tafadhali. Kwa wale ambao bado hawajakaa, naomba baadaye tutapata muda wa kutosha wa kuangalia wenzetu wanafanya nini. Nilikuwa naomba wote tuchukue nafasi zetu tukae ili tuweze kujiandaa kwa ajili ya session inayofuata. So before kabla tujaendelea, nilitamani tufanye a just small activity that will keep on bringing us together. And then mwishoni tuta identify if one lesson we have learned from that activity ambayo tutakuwa tunaifanya hapa. But I'm so happy as well kuweza kuona we have gentlemen in the room. Please, naombeni tuwapigie makofi. Thank you so much for your support. We understand, we appreciate it. Tunajua you are part of our success journey. And thank you so much for coming. Okay, kwa mara nyingine tena naomba usimame. Just stand up. And tafuta partner wako, tafuta mwenzio. You have to be 2. Two are better than 1. Tayari kila mtu ana partner wake, mimi sijapata wa kwangu. Can I get a partner please? Can I get a partner? Yes, thank you so much. Just a quick one. Tutakavufanya nikisema 1. Okay, can you all can I have your attention please? Nikisema 1, we clap like this. Nikisema 2, you turn around. Nikisema 3, you just, right? Get down on your knees, right? Just a demo. We do a demo, right? Before starting. 1, 2, 3. I feel like kuna watu wame clap huko, si ndio? Now that we're getting serious, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 2. Kuna watu wameshushumaa. Wakati tumesema 2. Jamani, 1 it's a clap, 2 you turn around, and then 3 you just get down, yeah? This is the last moment, yeah? I mean just for the last time. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 3. It's okay. Thank you so much. Jamani, naombeni mjipigie makofi. Oh, thank you so very much. Just a quick one. Hata kwa dakika moja. What have you learned from the activity that we have done? The celeb. Sorry? Get you.
Paying attention.
Yes, pay attention. Yeah. And the other thing, kingine? Focus. Kingine? Teamwork. Yes. Kingine? binafsi nimechukua a very big point kwamba the art of listening skills, yeah? Ukiweza kusikiliza maelekezo vizuri means you will deliver exactly as how umeambiwa ufanye, si ndio eh? Yeah, our guest of honor anakaribia kuingia maybe in the next 2 minutes. Okay, our guest of honor anakaribia kuingia, alikuwa ameenda kupata chai pia, kwa wamesema wako jirani sana sana. So in this 1 minute endelea tu kumsalimia jirani yako while they're getting in, nitawashtua then we proceed. Mimi niko hapa attention kuangalia mgeni wetu rasmi akiwa anaingia. So endeleeni kunaonezana, mnao celebrate your certifications today, endeleeni ku share the experiences of 10 months and the glory that you're celebrating today, yeah? Yes, thank you so very much. Okay, thank you so very much. Guest of honor is now coming. Can we all put a round of applause pamoja wakati akiendelea to come and take her seat ready for our celebration. Thank you so very much. Karibuni sana sana sana. Thank you so much. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, whom you have joined us today in this big celebration. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome you all in this moment and celebration, the women of the Women's Creating Wealth Country Forum and Certification Program under the Graca Machel Trust. Today we are gathering here not just to celebrate the certifications of these women, but to honor transformation, resilience, and unwavering spirit of a woman. A hand of applause for you women inside the room. Who you have just joined through the powerful program with the determination and vision. On behalf of the organizing team, I extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, stakeholders, mentors, development partners, government representatives, and members of the Graca Machel Trust. I acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, Deputy Governor Sauda Msemo, financial stability and deepening of the Bank of Tanzania and GMT Expert Lead Group. You're welcome, madam. But also I would acknowledge the presence of director from the New Face, New Voices, Madam Emma Kawawa. You're welcome, madam. We have Vida Nasari, Network of Business Women, Country Chairperson, and GMT Network. Nice to meet you, madam, once again. Monica Hangi, Regional Director, East and Central Africa, Trademark Africa. We also have Miranda Nyman, founding partner from Empower Limited. I guess she's not here yet, but maybe she's going to join us later. We have government institutions, representatives from BRELA, CMSA, and we also have ecosystem associations and networks, the policy stakeholders, TSA, TWCC, and ATE. But also we would love to acknowledge banks who have joined us today in this big day. We have Stanbic Bank, we have CRDB Bank, we have TBA, but also we have TADB and Tanzania Bank. Financial stakeholders, Atiba Amalili from Seed and Enable with Past Trust. They're not here yet, but I believe they might join us later. We also have universities, and a representative from the University of Dar es Salaam, Dr. Amina Abdul. Last but not least, our heartfelt acknowledgement last but not least, our heartfelt acknowledge to our country manager of Women Creating Wealth, Ms. Anabahati Mlai. Please let's give a round of applause for what she's doing. You're amazing. Thank you for your dedication to advance women in economic space and leadership in different ways. Thank you so much. My name is Diana Hari, and I'm deeply honored to stand in front of you all today and to serve as your MC for this remarkable day of you all. It fills my heart with pride to stand right in front of you all and celebrate the successful completed of these certifications to Women Creating Wealth. Without further ado, I would love to invite Ms. Sandra for a poet so that we can proceed with our timetable. Please, a round of applause to Ms. Sandra. Makofi jamani.
Good morning. Oh, I'm nervous. Good morning, sisters, mothers, dreamers, warriors, and wealth creators. Standing here today as a graduate of the Women Creating Wealth program is not just a personal milestone. It is a powerful moment of becoming more awakened, becoming more aware, becoming more committed of using my voice, my craft, and my gifts. Not just to build wealth, but to build worth. As a poet, a published author, and interior architecture designer, storytelling is in my bones. And today I share with you a poem that reflects this awakening. The girl child has always been close to my heart. I write to give her a voice, I write to inspire change, and I write to raise and wave her flag up high. The poem I've chosen today is from a collection, Stains on My Kanga, and it is entitled My Turn to Stand. But for this occasion, I seasoned it kidogo with salt and pepper, sugar and spice, just for you ladies, so that the poem directly speaks to all of us. The poem is about self, womanhood, resilience, and Africanness. I'm going to change the program kidogo and welcome Dada Chiku because this is about all of us. So Dada Chiku can read this poem together, please. As colorful as I am not so good at standing in front of people. I am a poet, but I don't perform, so I'm going to read this out to you. But at the same time, I need us to do this together. We need a beat. So if you can just snap your fingers together and a hum low, you know, a low whispering hum. Okay, so, yeah. Mm-hmm. This one. My turn to stand. I stand, light and bright, bathed in truth, bathed in fight, wrapped in dreams, too bold to hide, with my sisters, mothers by my side.
I stand, called by the drums, pulled by song, in a world that told me I don't belong. But here I am, loud, alive, with spirit too fierce to survive.
I stand, relieved, believed, no longer begging to be received. I've earned my name, I've claimed my land, with dust on my feet and fire in my hand.
I will not stand without fire, without my fire. I will not stand without the storm. I will not stand without desire. I will not stand in silent grace. I came to take up the sacred space.
I stand, all wondrous, all glorious, a whole woman built from clay and queens, molded by moonlight in hidden sins, seasoned by sweats, sanctified by threats.
I will not stand without fury, nor flame.
I'll not stand without shouting out my name.
I will stand and speak openly on the same.
Free are my thick lips. Free are my heavy hips. Free are my memory dips.
The mindless slave I am no longer. The negative ways have made me stronger.
My views will now be sought and no longer be bought.
My arms will move like springs and no longer with puppet strings.
I stand free to dance. I stand free to sing.
I dance in spite of every chain. I sing through struggle, loss, and pain. I dress in courage, draped in gold. A walking story still being told.
Yes, I stand. I stand as I believe in my rise. I rise for her, the silenced one, the stolen daughter, the shamed, the shunned. I rise for me, full and vast, no longer hidden, no longer asked.
I rise for wealth, not just in pay, but in how I sleep, how I pray. I rise to build, to lead, expand, because it's my time now, my turn to stand.
It is my turn now to stand, and I'm standing tall. For me, for you, for her, for all of us, it's our turn to stand. Asante.
Thank you so much, Madam Sandra Moshi. Jamani, tunaomba tuongezee tena makofi. Wamefanya kitu kizuri. Mimi nimeondoka na neno moja ni kwamba I stand regardless. This is my time, then I have to stand. Isn't it? Si ndio jamani, eh? It is my time. So women creating wealth, we are having our own way of greeting ourselves, our own way of introducing ourselves. Kwa nitakaposema women creating wealth, what do we say? Multiplying faces, amplifying voices, right? So women creating wealth, multiplying faces, and then once again, women creating wealth, multiplying point, mama ambao today you are getting the certification. Me, I know how the program is. I would expect this one could be a very moment, yeah? You understand? Once again, I mean, women creating wealth. Thank you so very much. Without further ado, I would love to welcome our country manager, Ms. Anna Batimlai, for an opening speech.
I stand. Chief guest, Madam Sauda Msemo, Deputy Governor, Financial Stability and Financial Deepening, FSD at the Bank of Tanzania, and our own GMT Expert Leaders Group member, GMT Network Leaders, Madam Elma Kawawa and Madam Vida Nasari, women leaders representing different associations. I've seen representatives from TWCC, I've seen representatives from TAFOPA, and so many others in the room. Distinguished leaders from government institutions. I've seen representatives from BRELA. I've seen representatives from CMSA. Distinguished leaders, different organizations and companies. Esteemed women and youth entrepreneurship ecosystem builders, enhancers and supporters. I've seen financiers. I've seen banks. I have seen access to market stakeholders, all invited guests, WCW entrepreneurs to be certified today. I've seen you. WCW entrepreneurs and alumni, I've seen you. Fellow GMT staff, esteemed coaches, I've seen you there. Our restless youth coaches. Where are the youth coaches? They're here very early trying to support our fierce youth advisory group members. I've seen the chairperson is graduating. And our restless master mentors who are our entrepreneurs that have gone through the program and are giving back to the program. Board members of all GMT networks, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Nawasalimia kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, first I thank God for the opportunity to gather here today, marking a significant milestone, not only for the entrepreneurs that will be certified today, but also for us as GMT. The Women Creating Wealth program, the youth and entrepreneurship ecosystem in our country, and for our national growth at large. I warmly welcome you, our esteemed guest of honor, and I express gratitude to our partners, the MasterCard Foundation, our GMT network leaders, our coaches, youth coaches, YAGs, master mentors, and all stakeholders whose support has been essential to reach to this stage. All our business readiness, market readiness, and financial readiness and advocacy stakeholders and partners such as Stand Big Back, Warioba Ventures, SNL, and stakeholders we have engaged with such as BRELA. I think the BRELA CEO was one of our guests of honors when we started this, the intergenerational cohort when we celebrated the Entrepreneurship Day. TADB Bank, TBA, CMSA, TWCC, SEED Tanzania, we see you, we appreciate you, and we welcome you. To the women entrepreneurs that are about to be certified, we have worked with you, we have worked with you, and today we celebrate you. Your businesses, your innovativeness, your boldness, your excellence, you women are excellent, and your resilience. Guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the Gracia Machel Trust is anchored in catalyzing the economic and social ascent of women, striving to elevate their status and confront the challenges that bind them. Through the power of collective action and heartfelt advocacy, we seek to dismantle the structural and institutional barriers that hinder women's advancement, with a vision set on a vibrant Africa where women are bestowed with greater access to resources, enriched skills, and boundless opportunities. The trust envisions a future where they flourish, thriving both socially and, of course, economically. GMT has continued to achieve this through the 5 strategic pillars which are powering Pan-African transformation through collective action, and that's why we have the networks in every other country in Africa. I think now we are in 18 countries. Madam Emma will also share that when they start the conversation on networks. But also we are championing adolescent girls as change agents. We have a lot of young girls that are being mentored through the Kyoto under the Gracia Machel Trust, and hopefully soon we'll also have a Kyoto here in Tanzania. We are amplifying African women's leadership and global advocacy. We do institutional building for impact and sustainability. And of course, we are accelerating women's economic advancement. And the entrepreneurship program is under this pillar. And that is why we are here today. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, in Tanzania, GMT has been working and supporting women entrepreneurs since 2016, reaching about 1,000 women entrepreneurs through different initiatives. One being through our partnership with the African Development Bank to support women entrepreneurs to access capital, mostly known as the AFAWA program. In 2023, through our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, we managed to expand the program, not just to Tanzania, but also in other countries, to include South Africa. We are in Zambia, we are in Malawi, Kenya, and Senegal, through the WCW Intergenerational Program, which aims at increasing the women entrepreneurship confidence and agency, access to markets and finance, create employment opportunities, especially for youth. And we know in Tanzania we have a budding youth population. In fact, I like to call it a youthquake. As well as build a powerful community of thriving entrepreneurs. This is beyond the program. It is a movement towards women and youth economic advancement and our society prosperity. This is in alignment to both national and international aspirations of achieving gender equality in the world of work and creating meaningful employment for our budding youth population through entrepreneurship excellence and innovation. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, today's theme is breaking barriers and building wealth, and it speaks to the ethos of the work we do with the women entrepreneurs, the partnership we forge with them, and the common shared goal of ensuring that women create lasting, profitable, and sustainable businesses. It is important to share that this forum is being held in 6 countries as a continuation of our annual Pan-African Summit that was held last year, and we are so grateful to be there with you and celebrate the entrepreneurs there. And it's a foundation for the upcoming annual Pan-African Summit as well that will be held later this year. This is a localized platform for women and youth entrepreneurs to engage with ecosystem players. That's why we have invited them here, but also address country-specific barriers to wealth creation and co-develop together actionable solutions. Hence, we'll have a number of panels and conversations bringing together different stakeholders with the quest of finding lasting, grounded, and localized solutions. GMT and WCW, being a data-driven and policy and advocacy organization, we shall share findings from 3 of our key researchers as well as create room to reflect on the same. Chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we certify 139 entrepreneurs who have gone through our 10-month Ignite, self-paced, but with restrictions, of course, online training. For everyone being certified today, they have gone through customized technical coaching, attended peer-to-peer sessions, master mentoring sessions, master classes on different themes that address their entrepreneurship challenges, and also submitted a number of assignments to include pitch decks, business plans, and the most unpleasant one to most, the financial projections and reports. They have truly put in the work, dedicated time to raise 2 million USD equivalent to $5,395,000 Tanzanian shillings, which is indeed something that we are proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest success for us is on the increased confidence and urgency within the entrepreneurs we have. And we see that they have become advocates. They are becoming advocates. And they are becoming for economic advancement. Perhaps allow me to paint a picture of the stories, realities, and our community. From hearing things such as, I have finally been able to take maternity leave after being supported by my coach to have systems in place. Finally, my business does not go to leave when I do. I finally have time for myself and my children. Those are the kind of stories we hear. It's in the coaches telling us, I have supported about 20 entrepreneurs to formalize their businesses. Get expert support and machinery for them. Sometimes it is an overwhelming call from an entrepreneur telling us that through the work we have done together, they have finally been able to access funding, a loan, a grant, equity, or from as low as 5 million shillings to as high as 2 billion shillings, reminding us of the diverse entrepreneurs and businesses we serve. We appreciate the unwavering dedication that speaks beyond the call of duty of our coaches. Please, let me just recognize them. The youth coaches, they are a force to be reckoned with. Where are the youth coaches? The master mentors, they are also serving. They are actually serving. They are the master mentors. For it is what makes this program tick. In several cases, it is our Job Creators Challenge winners. Where are the Job Creators Challenge winners? We have some in the room. Yes, please. Who excitedly share with us their newly created websites and say they are ready to share it with the world. Sometimes it is in as simple things as, I managed to finally change my password and access my courses online. I get those calls all the time. Met a few customers here and there, and sometimes it's about the regional connections they make. At times, it is a call from a youth entrepreneur telling us how her whole business has burnt to the ground, but she has built enough resilience to start over. It is in the sense of accomplishment from our entrepreneurs who, after training and support, has been able to open a Nest account, applied for a few tenders, and won just one. In a very special way, it is Mama Eliza from Bear. Mama Eliza is our oldest entrepreneur who has been very intentional about digital learning, finishing her courses on time, and innovate her business from selling eggs to creating egg powder, while encouraging others and inspiring others to do the same. Guests of honor, all these are not just stories. They are what matters, and they are what makes us who we are as a program and as the WCW community. Our approach as a WCW, which you will hear more about later from our committed coordinator, Ms. Angadia Mwanga, she's somewhere here running the show, embodies all of these diverse journeys and embraces all these women entrepreneurs. This is who, this is what, and this is why we celebrate today. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, we are aware that policies lay the foundation for a thriving entrepreneurship community, and we will not shy away from that conversation. That's why today we'll share key research findings and have conversation to see how we can respond to all the challenges that have been shared by the entrepreneurs. And to wrap up my remarks, I would like to say that she who walks alone walks fast, but she who walks with others walks further. We are aware of the various stakeholders in the room who are doing impactful work in advancing economic participation and building enabling ecosystems where women and youth entrepreneurs can thrive. We deeply resonate and embrace with most of the ongoing initiatives, both by the government, business associations, private sector, national and international NGOs, and supporters. And we are open for more collaborations to ensure we are building in coherence and sustainability. We are open to conversations and collaborations with organizations whose values and goals we align with. Let us all join hands to break barriers and create wealth. We are also calling for access to market stakeholders and access to finance stakeholders. Jamani, hawa kina mama wako tayari. They have been built, they have been supported, and we are very confident that the market readiness and finance readiness program they have gone through, which is tried and tested, has prepared them for the market. I am confident to say that we have who you are looking for. It is important to see how far we can both work with them in creating thriving and legacy businesses. We are calling for commitment to work together, build together, and celebrate together when time comes. Of how far we have contributed in advancing the entrepreneurship ecosystem, women and youth-owned and led businesses, and a flourishing community. Something that is beyond us as individuals and organizations. Something that is felt and lived in the families we raise, communities, and the world we live in. Asanteni sana.
Wow. Thank you so very much. Jamani, makofi mengi tena kwa country manager wetu. Asante sana. That was a very nice speech. Mimi nilikuwa nazifurahia tu hizi namba. Lakini pia nimepata hamasa kubwa kutoka kwa Mama Eliza. Mimi simfahamu. Mama, hongera sana. Naomba tumpigie makofi tena. Kwa sababu ni mama mtu mzima, lakini ameweza kuchukua muda wake kufanya ile program. Binafsi sijamaliza, you can imagine. Mama, umenifanya nijisikie aibu. But hongera sana 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 sana. Okay, nipende pia kutambua uwepo wa NMB Bank, wako hapa pamoja na sisi. Asanteni sana kwa kutushika mkono, asanteni sana kwa kututia moyo, lakini pia kusimama na sisi katika siku yetu hii kubwa sana. Baada ya hapo nipende kumkaribisha Miss Angaja Mwanga. Huyu yeye ni Women Creating Wealth Coordinator wa Graka Machel, and she will be taking us through the highlights about the Women Creating Wealth program, lakini pia she will be moderating a panel discussion soon after the presentation. Karibu sana Angaja. Thank you so very much, Angaja, kwa kunikumbusha. It crossed my mind kwa sababu ya muda. So without further ado, naomba tena nimrudishe Miss Anna Bahati Mlai ili aweze kutupitisha kwenye fire catch. And here we'll be going to have a short discussion about high-level discussion with the GMT network leaders. Madam, karibu.
I think it's important to set the scene for what we do as GMT. And most of our work is in collective action and advocacy. And that's why it's very important to highlight on the GMT networks, which the programs are anchored in. And for that session, I would like to welcome our first network director, Madam Emma Kawawa. She leads the New Faces, New Voices network at GMT, and I think she will tell us more about it. And also we have Madam Vida Nassari. She leads the network of African business women, and they're the host of the program. So she's my boss in country, even though she refuses that. But she's the one hosting the Women Creating Wealth. Let's please give them a huge round of applause. I think since the beginning of the GMT in 2010, these women have been doing a lot of advocacy work, and they have together achieved a lot of milestones. And I would like for them to share a bit of that with us. Now, I have the same question for all of them, because I know they don't want to say too much for a long time. Now, I'll start with Madam Vida, who is the leader for the Network of African Business Women, and I have seen her board here. They're the ones who are hosting this program in country, and they've been hosting it since 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I really want to hear from you as a network leader on how you see the work of your respective network aligning with and enhancing the broader goals and programs of GMT. Can you also share with us specific examples of how network initiatives have contributed to advancing our collective mission and impact? Maybe you'll also take us a little bit about the networks.
Okay, no, nanchomekea juu kwa juu, but I'll try. And I'll use, I think, just about 5 minutes, recognizing that we're a bit behind time. Good morning, everyone. First, kabla sijaanza namba, let me introduce my board, the NABW board. Namba mpungia pomlipo. Thank you. There are about 7 of them, 3 wako hapa. My name is Vida Nassari, as introduced. I'm the network head of Network of African Business Women. GMT, Graça Machel Trust, has about 4 networks in Tanzania. I won't try to explain about new faces because the boss is here, but I'll explain a bit about Women in Media. Women in Media is a network which is trying to change the perception of how women are viewed, women and children are viewed in the media. Then we have women in agribusiness. This is a network that is trying to make women participate in the agribusiness value chain, the value addition. How are they participating? Because tunajua kwenye farming participants wengi ni wanawake, lakini wafaidika wengi ni wanaume. So we want to women in agribusiness are trying to change that. Then tunakuja kwenye Network of Africa Business Women. Here I am. Since 2013, we've been working with Graça Machel Trust. Like you said, for us, to support Graça Machel work since 2016, where we truly host program kama hii, except ilikuwa ni physical. Nye mmesoma online, poleni na ongereni. Lakini ours was 2016 was physical. Watu walikuwa nakutana kwenye hotel like this. Wanasoma, wanaulizana maswali na network, and walikuwa nalala hapo hapo, by the way, for 7 days. And it was for the whole year, and they do that twice. They used to do that twice every year. Remind me. Mara mbili kwa mwaka. Then hapo katikati pia wanakuwa na coaches, coaches by then hawakuwepo, walikuja baadaye. So by then we started with about 30 women. Then 2017 tukaja na another of the same, lakini imagine wale 30 walifanya vizuri in a way kwamba mwaka unaofuata tukapata application more than 100. So it was really, really impactful kwa sababu changes zilionekana, na changes zilionekanaje? It was a word of mouth, na watu walikuwa naona Beatrice alikuwa hivi, sasa hivi amekuwa hivi. Wanauliza, Beatrice imekuaje? Nilisoma hii program ya Graça Machel, na mimi nataka. Wakajoin. So tukaanza, it was a physical, yes, lakini unfortunately hawakuwa wanalala. So walikuwa wanakuja kusoma, ili na wajaribu msiumie sana. Walikuwa wanakuja, wanaenda mpaka mchana, then wanaondoka, but then it was still physical. But then tuna amazing stories za kusema kuhusu wanawake. Na by the way, my board hapo wote wamesoma hiyo program, na they can tell you stories mkitaka baadaye. So na tulipata wanawake kweli impactful, na walifanya vizuri sana katika business. We were recognized, we were supported very well, na Graça Machel na sisi tulio support. Lakini came COVID 2019. By then we used the same, how wale wanawake ambao walipitia program wengi, tukafanya survey, tukakuta asilimia karibu 50 they dropped. Why? Because we're not ready to work from home. We're not ready to be, tulikuwa bado tuko, hatujawa tayari kuwa mbali na business zetu kama ilivyokuwa. Vitu viliharibika vingi sana. So with the help of Grace Michelle and Emma ataelezea, tukafanya impact survey, tukaanza kuinuana, tukaanza kufanya programs mbalimbali, workshops, tukawa tunaleta watu mbalimbali wakuja kuongea na wanawake. How do you stand up again? How do you move from there? Ile impact ya COVID wengi walibadilisha business. Wengi mpaka sasa hizi. Ukiwauliza 50% walio business walizoanza nazo, si walizonazo sasa hivi. It's because of COVID, lakini wengine it's because of ile training walopitia. So tumekuwa tukifanya hizo kazi, lakini kwa kutumia alumni tumeweza kwa maintain wale wanawake wote waliosoma program. Tunao kwenye platform zetu, bado tunawa engage, na wao ndo wamekuwa kama sounding board yetu ya programs nyingi tunazozifanya. Kwa tunafanya access to market with them, tunafanya access to finance with them, tunawa link, tuna network. The only element ambayo bado tuta-push back to, Emma yuko hapa, na our expert leader yuko hapa, Dr. Natu, now is to integrate them kwenye the cycle of the Pan-Africanism ile. How do they network sasa na wanawake wengine wa nchi nyingine? But we still have them, and tunawatumia bado na tunaendelea kufanya nao programs mbalimbali. And we're happy to host this program again, ambao mmekuwa wengi zaidi, na tunaamini tutaendelea kufanya na nyie. Sasa mmesha graduate, tunasema mnarudi uraiani, tutakuwa na nyie tena, mtaingia kwenye program zetu ambazo tunaziandaa ili kuweza kuendeleza. Asante.
Asante sana. Nadhani ndio maana hatusemi wana graduate, tunasema wanapata tu certification. You don't graduate from Women Creating Wealth, because your business is still growing, your business is still here, and we'll keep engaging you. Nadhani the biggest support we got when we started this new program was from the women who have gone through the program, the ones she's mentioning, the board that have, because they are telling us this will work, this will not work. And I think that's how collective power works. Now, we keep hearing the issue of access to finance, and I think that's where NFNV comes in. And I will let Madam Emma tell us more about it.
Thank you very much, Anna. We are live. I hope you know that we are live. So South African is also watching. As she said earlier, Grace Michelle Trust ilianza 2010 with only 3 networks. 1 network first. And then after knowing that there's a need of kupanua kuwa na networks nyingi, nilikuja kutokana na kwamba yeye alikuwa na wazo kwamba everything is about finance. You cannot do any business without finance. And how do you do the finance? You need to have financial literacy, access to finance. You have to be partnering. You need to get all the tools for financing. So we started with that for 2 years, and then realized that it's not easy to work. Tukaona we need to have other networks. And that's how new African women in business was birthed, because alizaliwa kwa sababu wafanya biashara, entrepreneurs wote wako chini ya network hiyo. So how do we collaborate? I'm just going straight because with time. Sisi kazi yetu as new faces, new voices is to work with the policy makers, with the financial institutions, also work with the entrepreneurs to know what their needs are. How can we support the entrepreneurs? How do we finance them? Those trainings will go through the entrepreneurs, but through the networks, because not only the entrepreneurs only, also the agribusiness. And the media will be the one amplifying the voices, what Grace Michelle Trust is doing. Sasa, between 2010 and now 2024, we have had several projects within the continent. And as we're in 18 countries, but Tanzania is blessed by having 5 networks. Actually, now we're going for the 6th one, which is the energy. It's starting, we are just trying to amplifying it now. So 6 networks. Tanzania is the only one has more projects and more networks. We should clap for ourselves. Sitting here, I noticed the first graduates of WCW. Sandra, anyone who was the first graduate in the WCW, the first session, who are now supporting the other ones? Anna? No one is? Daria?
Yes.
And can you stand up? We need to appreciate you also. WCW project, the first ones. the first ones who graduated. This is an example of what they've been doing. They're still continuing and pulling others to learn and train them also. So it's training of trainers. All in all, when you come back to new faces, new voice, thank you very much. We will say that it's all about finance. We do have a board, but today is not our day. There's a network. There's a day we're going to have all the networks in this room. So some of them are here. I know I can see one board member, Amina. Amina, yes. She's one of them. But as we talk, our projects was more on finding issues which bring back or which hindered or which stops the entrepreneurs to move forward, to leverage. So our work was to do that, and we got one project only, which was Wealthy. Wealthy was after COVID. Before that, it was all about strengthening the networks, training. That's what we were doing in our networks, these networks to strengthen them. So we got one project to see the post-COVID effects, which was done 2021 to 2023. We finished that successfully. We've done our homework. Some countries went further than what they were given. They went further and started engaging with the governments, changing policies to enhance businesses in entrepreneurs. Nchi zingine kama Uganda has been our pilot for this finance NFMV because they've gone further than they've started engaging the public, and the government has recognized them kama wao ndio wanajaribu kubadilisha sera na mifumo ya biashara katika wafanyasiriamali. So that's where we've reached. But ongoing, next 2 months, we'll be very active because they're bringing the second project where we'll need all networks to work together to see these women who are graduating from Women Creating Wealth, what can the financial institutions do to them? And us being a catalyst in between them. Sisi tutakuwa katikati yenu, ni kwamba how do we help them to assess the finance? How do we help them to get the funding? How do we help them to partner with the other stakeholders? We don't take funds, of course, but to be part of the process, saying that we've done our work, due diligence, we've done our project, we've learned the projects, because VIDA will throw over everything to us. So we will go and say, hey, these are graduates, we have 300, 800, 900, and what do they need? There's a study and research needs to be done. We cannot ask for anything without data. So we're going to do this is an next pilot. But before that, our expert leaders group, who is Mama Dada Saida Semo, the deputy governor, will be calling a meeting for us leaders to sit down and see how we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it was important to hear that because we are speaking about collective power, and the collective power at the Gracia Machel is highly mobilized through the networks. Thank you so much for the groundwork you have been doing, for the support you have been given the program, and
just one word
yes.
To the graduates I wanted to really emphasize on. Please observe the concept of paying it forward. Please, it's very, very important to us women. You have graduated in mmepata elimu mmesoma. Try to do whatever it is, try to pay it forward. Give your, wanasema, jitolee kwa wanawake wengine kupata hii fursa. If you're asked to be a mentor or a coach to other women, please do so. We have a good story. Sisi kwenye cohort walio kwanza, wakawa some of them, not of them, walio qualify, wakawa mentors wa ile cohort ya pili 2017. Na wengine wakaendelea kujitolea kwenye kazi nyingine, kutoa mada. We have Mercy Mchechu as a part of a board, wengi mnamjua, anafanya trainings na mbalimbali. Kwa paying it forward also helps you, pia usisahau, na ina equip you ku develop zaidi. Ko that's all, and congratulations and abati. Good
Thank you.
And don't forget to use this in your CV also. When you're introducing your business, you can also mention that you've been a graduate of that course. Thank you.
You have been certified by the Women Creating Wealth Entrepreneurship Program. And I think some of them are telling me this is like a mini MBA for entrepreneurship. So thank you so much, network leaders. Now I think I will allow you to go back to your seats. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Tuongeze makofi tena kidogo. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Madam Vida. Thank you so much, Mama Emma Kwawawa. Without further ado, naomba nimkaribishe Angaja for the short presentation, and then we proceed with the panelist.
Good morning. Kila mtu amekuja hapa amekuwa na some wise quotation to start with. I got none. And I really thought Sandra is the emotional one today, but I am nervous, I am emotional, I am excited. I remember the very first event of Women Creating Wealth that I attended. It sounded kama unafanya udalali wa kitu ambacho hauna uhakika nacho, but then you're paid to do that. So you just say, Jamani, this is good. Yeah. And there is something at the back of your mind that says, are you sure? The good stories that you have been told, have you proved them? But today I am happy because I've been part of the journey of these women, and I can testify that the stories I heard were real. I am here to give you or to walk you through how the Women Creating Wealth process goes. From the very beginning, what is our aim, what we do when the women sign in, wanapitia nini mpaka leo mnaona wamevaa sashas, wanapitia nini mpaka tunafanikiwa kuwaita women creators. Now, one honest truth ambayo huwa tunasema muda wote na kila siku ni kwamba Women Creating Wealth is not a magic pill. Hatutoi muujiza. You put in the work, halafu tunaendelea kufanya juhudi siku hadi siku, kwa sababu kuzalisha utajiri is a process. Hakuna utajiri unaolala leo unapewa course alafu kesho unakuwa tajiri. Kwa sababu teknolojia inaendelea kunichelewesha, I think I'll just get started. The very important thing ambayo I would like to touch base on, we pride ourselves in the fact that our program, like none other, we focus on a very holistic approach. We look at a woman first as a person. So the very first course that she goes through is to build her and help her understand what she is and what her purpose is. Kila mtu hapa duniani ana sababu kwa nini yupo. Lakini pia wanawake tuna tabia ya kusahau, kujisahau sisi wenyewe. Unataka kuwa mke kwanza, unataka kuwa mama kwanza, unataka kuzalisha pesa kwanza. Lakini kichwa kikibeba vitu vingi, bila wewe kujiweka mbele, hivi vitu vyote haviwezi kukamilika. So what our program does is to make sure unajitambua wewe kwanza kama mwanamke. We create your self-awareness. You should know your purpose. Halafu unataka nini kwenye maisha yako. And when you're ready, then we can go to, after business readiness, we can go to market readiness. Halafu baada ya hapo, ndo tunaenda kwenye financial readiness, ambayo Ana na watu wengi hapa katikati yetu wametuambia ni story ngumu kidogo. Our program imekuwa divided into two aspects, very important aspects. Ya kwanza ni hii niliyoielezea, ambayo inafanyika katika our learner management system. Our participants wanaingia kwenye online platform na kupitia masomo ambayo wanatakiwa kuyasoma. Na niwahakikishie tu kwamba kuna kukimbizana kwingi. The ladies will testify, but it's all worth it. And then we go to the one part ambao sisi kama Women Creating Wealth program tunaamini ni a very important aspect of the program. Inaitwa technical coaching. Imeongelewa na waliotangulia, lakini tu niseme in summary kwamba it's a very customized kind of coaching ambayo technical coach ambaye ni expert kwenye business anapata muda wa kukaa na participant na kumpa assistance ambayo iko tailored kutokana na mahitaji yake binafsi. Kwa sababu kuna kukaa darasani wote, lakini shida yangu mimi ama challenge ya Ana hazifanani. We are doing a different kind of businesses. So tunakuwa na technical coaches ambaye anatembea naye kwa muda usiopungua miezi 6 kwa ajili ya kumsaidia kupita katika kila loophole ambayo tunaona tukitick hii box basi biashara yetu itaenda vizuri. Hiyo ni technical coaching. Lakini pia niseme wazi kwamba hata baada ya kumaliza technical coaching hatukuachi uende hivi hivi. Ana pia amesema, you still remain to be part of the business community of the Women Creating Wealth, which includes each and every woman ambaye yupo katika nchi 6 ambayo hii program inafanyika. Maana yake ni kwamba mjasiriamali wa Tanzania can have a sister in South Africa, tukabadilishana mawazo na tukashare opportunities kwa ajili ya kukuza biashara kama wanawake. Nafasi za kujifunza pamoja, lakini pia nafasi za kukuza biashara zetu kama wanawake. We no longer want to sit and look pretty. We want to run empires. Now, you don't run an empire with an empty head. That's very important. So, we equip these women with the right knowledge and expose them to the right opportunities and platforms to make sure you fit in this ever-changing world. Nakumbuka wakati tunaanza kufanya training, tulikuwa tunapata shida, hata kulogin kwenye my account ni changamoto, lakini unamwambia mtu, ndugu yangu, tenda zote za serikali ziko kwenye Nest. Mtandao tutapambana, tutatoboa tu. Hakuna jinsi. Ulikuwa una hesabu zako unaziweka tu kwenye kidaftari hivi cha kiduka cha mangi. Haiwezekani. We have to have the right records. Dunia ipo kwenye digital world, we have to go there. Tutapambana, tutafika. Na ninashukuru kama Ann alivyo mention, we have Mama Elizabeth ambaye amekuwa mfano mzuri wa jinsi gani inawezekana. Naomba nisiwe dalali anayeuza kitu asichokifahamu. Today I'm here to make sure kwamba nina proof ya story ambayo ninawasimulia. Allow me niwakaribishe our panelists ambao wao hawatakuwa wasema, nikisema wasema ovyo ni wrong Nitatumia mfano mbaya. Huwa wanasema, when you say 10 people have died, that is just a statistics. Lakini ukisema Mr. Rechungura amefariki, that is being realistic. Ana amesema tumewasaidia wanawake kupata access to market. Ametaja na pesa. That is just a statistic. Lakini mimi nataka tukutane na aliyepata pesa. So we put life to that statistics. Is that okay? Naomba nimkaribishe Rehema Mari. Karibu Nuru Lema. Karibu Hadija Kello. Na karibu sana Coach Deogratius Mbona. Just sit. Ukitaka kujua ni dalali, angalia ambavyo utatakiwa usimame. This world. I am good at it. It's okay.
It's okay. You get her. It's all right. Let me don't put you on the spot in front of the lady.
I will start with Nuru. Nuru, our program of Women Creating Wealth, tuna a very favorite sort of a tagline ambayo tunaitumia. Tunasema we want to make the entrepreneurs findable and fundable. Lakini pia allow me to recognize the fact kwamba wewe ni mjasiriamali kijana na umejikita kwenye technology, tech business, and you have been part of this program in cohort 3. I would like you to highlight to us how the program has made you findable and fundable.
Okay. Okay, so I'm nervous. And I'm happy to be here. First and foremost, good morning to you all. And congratulations to my fellow graduates. That's a very small hype. Congratulations to my fellow graduates. That's better. Guest of honor, the VIP table. My name's Nuru Lema. I am the founder and CEO of Yana Corp. Yana Corp is an ACT company. Mambo yenu yote ya tech, you come to Yana Corp. I have a good number of clients, wateja walioko hapa. Thank you all for very good support. So just like how Angaja highlighted, I joined the WCW program 2024 last year around March, and I remember starting the program early April last year. Wakati najiunga, I wouldn't do this kabisa. Yani hata ofisini ilikuwa kama kuna presentation, there is a need of doing a demonstration to a client, a customer, yani I will assign it to someone else, not me. So that's the first thing I would like to recognize. Mimi nilikuwa assigned kwa Coach Busara. Coach Busara is a public figure, so he noticed that problem with me. And the first thing he highlighted is that, Nuru, you're a founder, you're a CEO, you need to tackle that. Hii tabia ya kutuma watu sio nzuri. Nikamwambia, I'm not a good public speaker, so I find it very difficult and awkward at all times. Like, hapa sasa hivi mnaniangalia, I'm like, okay, let me just. So he gave me that confidence, na wakati tunaanza kwenye technical coaching, ilikuwa ni kama vile that's the time when we were getting a lot of presentations, so he would find time and allow me to present whatever I'm going to present before a client, or even if it's just pitching, I would pitch to Coach Busara first, and then that's when I'll go to do whatever I'm going to do. So that made me more confident because he would highlight the mistakes. Alikuwa na uwezo wa kuniambia sasa you are getting better. Na ilifika mahali I would even present to my team. I'm like, okay, you guys just sit, listen to me, whatever I'm going to say. If it's okay, there's any highlights you need me to do some amendments, let's do them together. So that's how I became better. And we used to do digital marketing, and I got lucky. Nikafanya application ya Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship, ambayo hiyo ni program inakuwa run na one of the companies hapa Dar es Salaam, inaitwa Sahara Ventures. So tukaenda kwenye pitching. I'm going to be very brief. Wakati naenda kwenye this last pitching, coach hakuwepo Dar es Salaam, kwa tulifanya hii rehearsal online. Nilifanya presentation kwa Coach Busara mara mbili. Nilifanya ya kwanza, akaniambia, I'm taking another call, take a glass of water, na kupigia tena ufanye some other things. Kwa nikafanya zile zingine tena, nikafanya zile amendments, nikaja tukafanya presentation ya pili, akaniambia, you're good to go. You need to be confident. Kumbuka he once told me, usiseme I don't know. Don't say I don't know. I am not from a tech background. I have tech people who are good at it, lakini I run a tech business. Kwa kuna vitu ambavyo ni very technical. With time you get to know them. Lakini kuna vitu ambavyo very technical, like the programming, the coding. They would ask you like, how are you going to tackle this? How are you going to do this? How is this system going to work on this side? Kwa sasa ile, ilikuwa kuna wakati nasema, I don't know. Kumbe that's not how you're supposed to respond. You're supposed to find a way to work. Yani watafute tu namna ya kuwazungusha, you know. So nikawa nimejifunza kwamba I'm not supposed to say I don't know in any presentation, even if I really don't know. Kwa nilifanya presentation, pitching, it was a pitching competition, and Diana Cop was lucky. We were selected out of 180 startups. Only 13 were lucky, and we are in the program. Kwa hiyo niko na Mastercard pia, who are partners in this, who are the sponsors, WCW, lakini pia niko nao kwenye program nyingine ambao they are sponsoring us. Now the good part now, they fund you. So should I say the number? Do you really want to hear it? Imagine you're a startup, 3 years old, and a partner comes in, funds you $75,000. So that's a milestone, and wherever I go, I carry my flag with WCW. They made me who I am, and I am so glad to be part of this program.
Thank you so much, Nuru. I won't say you were lucky. You deserved it. Umepikwa, umeiva. You deserved it. Allow me to go to Rehema. Rehema, you have been part of the program as a participant. As I see you're wearing a sash today, which means you're graduating. I mean, you're being certified. I apologize, Anna. But after completing your Ignite phase, you also joined us as a master mentor. Share with me your experience, how you have experienced being a mentee, and now you're mentoring the others in the program.
Thank you. Actually, I'm so grateful to be part of this program and to have the opportunity to mentor others. When I started, I only focus and think about myself and my business. And then now I'm in ITO, there are a lot of opportunities as long as we are in. The limit is our own mindset. So, yes, the opportunity just came because I'm in. And I'm grateful because it allows me to do what I'm doing. Owning a Devangwa coaching, which is a business, a life coach. So the platform has given me a place to practice what my business is about. And through that, I learn, oh, I'm not alone. I'm telling you, this journey, we are not alone, and we are in very different stages. I remember just 1 week, a participant just called me. I had a business, but I don't want to do it anymore. I want to do something different. And like she was like, should I quit or should I proceed? And I remember I also changed, because when I started, I had a lot of things in my mind, but through the program, I've been able to narrow down my dot, to help others, to empower. And it's not about money. I think to me, I get satisfaction when I help and support them. So I give more than the time that I'm supposed to give, and be ready for that. And I think that is because it's one of my values to contribute. And I'm glad I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rehema. Kuna mtu ana karatasi niyo inatiki zile points nilikuwa nawaambia kati nauza bidhaa. Findable and fundable si nimedeliver. Alafu community pia si nimedeliver. I'm going on. Hadija, you operate in a male-dominated industry. Sio vizuri sana kusema. I remember we once had a masterclass tukasema wanawake wengi wapo kwenye biashara zenye pesa kidogo. Kule kwenye pesa kubwa tunakimbia. Hadija, you're a mother. You're a wife. Now you're running a very big business. I would like you to share with us, as part of this program has helped you in making sure you balance hizo kofia zote zikienda sawa na mafanikio ulionayo kwenye biashara yako yanaonekana.
First is God. My name is Hadija, right? I don't need to introduce myself again. I just saw someone I saw as a little girl, and I'm trembling. There she is. My biggest winner is God. I have an amazing husband, I'm proud to say. He teaches me every day. We learn together every day. WCW made me love money. That's my biggest taker. I have grieved. Why am I not making money? Where is the money going? Then I get to learn that if you azima your business money, take it back. And that is all in the program. If you're faithful every day, those questions mentor you, make you who you are. So if you're still doing the program, don't take the questions light. Personalize those questions. To me, I learned to save money. Angaja asked, how am I a mother and a wife? My children are part of my business. That's it.
The answers were very
elaborate.
brief,
If,
and
I am very good with questions.
and I love it.
Yes,
I
okay.
love it.
Ask me a
yes.
question, I'll respond.
I love it. I'm okay with the answer. I am very okay with the answer. You have mentioned that you love money, but you're one of the few people that I know that were offered money and refused the money. You know what I mean. So I want you to help me explain to these people why you shouldn't just accept any money.
Okay. For some reason, I knew Agaja was going to ask me that. Okay. I was offered a mentee position by WCW. I refused. Not because I did not want to be part of it. It's because I do not like not committing to something. I called Angaja. I told Angaja, if I am supposed to mentor someone, I want to give time. I want to commit to it. And it was a time in my life whereby I have anticipated what my business needs, and I could not give time to WCW in an appropriate way. So I told Angaja, if you need me in a classroom full of women for an hour, I will commit. But if you ask me to mentor ladies, I will not give them the best of my abilities. So I refused money, not in a bad way, because I wanted to be honest. To me, honesty is key.
Promise what you cannot deliver. Please hand it over to Coach Dale. Coach, I understand you have 20 plus years of experiences in technical coaching, and you have been part of our team for years now. You're one of the coaches who have been able to help our participants secure grants and make international connections. I would like for you to highlight, just in a high-level summary, your strategies in how you ensure the connections function and how you get to a point to see that this particular participant is now good enough to go for a grant or for certain connections.
Thank you. First, let me congratulate all the entrepreneurs that are being certified today. You really deserve it. On behalf of my fellow coaches, you're working very closely, always communicating and asking among ourselves about the progress. So in general, you are great. Technical coaching depends very much on the entrepreneurs you are coaching. You know, all the responsibility is on the entrepreneur themselves. Differently from training and other approaches, as a technical coach, I don't come with answers. I don't come with a curriculum. I don't have a course outline, so I don't come to train. As a coach, my duty is to ask you questions, very difficult questions sometimes, because I come to you as a partner to your business at that particular moment. You know, technical coaching addresses one very important thing. Most of the times, knowingly or without knowing, businesses isolate the entrepreneurs. They might find themselves highly isolated because even if they are working with some employees and those who are supporting them in their businesses, because of their position, sometimes they don't get the kind of advice that they would need. Very faithful ones. But with a technical coach, there comes somebody who, if you give him or her the cooperation, then the coach becomes your real partner in your business. You can share the things that you cannot share with another person. I was just listening to what my colleague Busara has done. I know you gave him the cooperation. You did what he asked you to do. In the end, you get good results. Likewise, with the entrepreneurs I've worked with, I see them here. Sandra, Mama Elizabeth, and everybody, and those which we did in the past programs, all being successful. Some of them have managed to get very good grants, loans, and different types of successes. But what I can say, they took their responsibilities well. They accepted us to work with them. When we asked questions, they replied. When we wanted to see the data, they provided the data to us. Why is that important? Because when I come to your business, I don't know what I'm coming to do specifically, but I know one thing. I'm coming to work with you, to support you, to address the challenges, to improve what we're doing right, and to advise you to stop doing what is not good. And in the course of working together, we explore together the areas where you can improve. And there's when I can realize what is required to be done. If I can do it myself, I will share. But if I cannot do, at least I will bring to you an advice of where you can get the solution. So there is where the point of linkages comes in, local and international. So in my coaching, we ended up having some companies, entrepreneurs. At first they thought they are small, but now they are working with experts from around the world, all the way from the Netherlands, from Dar es Salaam. Sometimes they needed to know somebody among the business support organizations within the country. So that way we managed to come up with very good improvements and success stories in the businesses. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach. This one is a bit exceptional. I met this lady, and the first time she shared with me, not with me, with the world, her story, statement alotumia alisema, my dream is too big. My dream is growing, but I am not growing. Mimi nipo mdogo sana, lakini ndoto yangu ni kubwa na inakuwa kila siku na I cannot fit in. 10 months later, tuko naye hapa. Ni sehemu ya our Job Creators Challenge beneficiaries. Amepata nafasi ya kutengenezewa website, amepata nafasi ya kufanya vitu vingi kukuza biashara yake. Nataka nimuulize kwa niaba yenu, how is she in comparison to her dream? Ladies and gentlemen, Redemptor, Tala Cookies. You can stand.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. As I've been introduced by Angaja, my name is Redemptor Bagila, founder Tala Homecraft. Yeah, I think many of us, or many of you, you just know me as Mama Tala Cookies. Wateja wangu wa Tala Cookies mpo? Mimi nimejoin WCW tayari nikiwa nimeanza biashara ya Tala Cookies. So when nilipopata nafasi ya kuanza mafunzo, ndipo nilipojua kwamba where do I want to go, because nilikuwa nishafanya biashara huko nyuma. Then biashara nilifanya ilikuwa kubwa. I had a lot of money. I think what I can say, the business, it outgrow.
So that the advocacy work we do and the interventions we do on the ground are well informed. Now, before we go into the panel discussion, I would just want to share a few findings from some of the researches we have done at GMT, one on youth entrepreneurship ecosystem, but also on women entrepreneurship ecosystem. And when we do this, we do across all the countries we work in. But I will just draw the data that is relevant for Tanzania because of the time. Okay, so I think I won't go through that. I've spoken about the entrepreneurship program, WCW, over and over again. Yes, please leave it there. Now, the problem that we are trying to solve is, despite that women are the key drivers of the economy, most of them are still constrained by internalized self-doubt. There's a lot of skills mismatch, limited access to capital and market, informal and exclusion from policy spaces, challenges now magnified by climate shock and fragmented ecosystems. This is due to the work that we are doing across different countries through the networks, the 18 countries, but also through the Women Creating Wealth program. So this is what we keep finding out. Now, we all know that when you look at the Women Creating Wealth program, I said earlier it was launched in 2016. Our goal is to reach 10,000 entrepreneurs to collectively generate 1 billion in revenue and create 200,000 jobs. As of now, we have reached 5,000 entrepreneurs. In Tanzania, we already said we have reached 1,000. And we have footprint in 7 countries. I mentioned earlier there's Senegal, Malawi, South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia. And in Tanzania, you can see that we have the 20%, so we are doing good. And looking ahead, we are really looking forward to have strategic partnerships with other organizations and to make sure that we directly support 100,000 women and youth entrepreneurs across 30 countries. So we want to expand. We don't want it to be just the 6 or 7 countries. Indirectly, we want to impact 3 million entrepreneurs through strategic partnerships and ecosystem transformation. Now, how does it look now? The Women Creating Wealth program that we are running now, the intergenerational through MasterCard support, is one, we have a lot of women entrepreneurs in Dar es Salaam. And it's very interesting. The kind of businesses that are happening in Dar es Salaam are not the same as in Mbeya. We have 7% there. We have 80% in Arusha, 6% in Dodoma. This is how it looks now. So one thing that is coming out of that is that most of the women entrepreneurs we have been able to reach are in urban or peri-urban areas. So we are also looking for partners to be able to reach more women, especially in rural area. And for Tanzania, I said earlier, we want to reach 800 women and make sure that we create a lot of jobs, 11,550. As of now, the cohort we have, at least we managed to reach 50% of youth, but it's not easy to reach to youth entrepreneurs and have them learn online, because the assumption is youth are more digital savvy and more interested, but also there is a lot of attention span, the 10 months, so there's a lot of learnings that you are drawing from the program. We have already, 300 have completed the program. As of now, we have been able to raise 2 million, which is in USD, but in Tanzania shillings, ni bilioni 5, milioni 395 from the women we are working with. Either wamepata mikopo, au wamepata grants, ama wamepata, kwa hiyo tumeangalau, and this is what we have documented. Another thing we are facing is women don't like to tell about how much fund they have raised. In fact, anaweza kwambia, nimepata lakini usimwambie mtu. But then kitu kingine ambacho tumeweza kufanya ni kuimprove market. More than 100 entrepreneurs kwenye hawa 300 wamesema wameimprove market. Nadhani mmewasikia wengine. So far we have created 7,400 jobs and we believe we have created more than 20,000 livelihoods. Thank you. Now, when we did all the work that we are doing on research shows that in the Tanzania ecosystem, one, I think that is very clear that 70% of our population is youth. Those who are aged below the age of 35. And as I said when I was doing my introduction, this earthquake, kama hatufanyi chochote, sasa hivi tunalia unemployment, it might get worse. Lakini pia wajasiriamali wanawake wengi, they are still very informal. And I saw Bella here. I always say that they are the doorway to formalization. There are so many other places you have to go, but they are the doorway. 84.5%. And I think the coaches have really helped us. We have more than 20 businesses ambazo zimeformalize in this group. Kwa mtu alikuwa anafanya biashara miaka 6, 5, lakini hayuko formalized. Au anafanyia biashara hii ndani ya hii mradi tu mambo yanaenda, ambayo kwa nchi nyingine kama Afrika Kusini you can't do. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tukisema sisi kwetu tuko not formalized, wanatushangaa kwa sababu kwao you can't do that. Lakini tumeona kwamba women entrepreneurs wana make majority of the entrepreneurs 90%. Lakini bado ni micro enterprises wengi. Ni zile tunasema za kujikimu. Another thing ambacho tumeona bado swala zima la formalization ni issue. It's the biggest issue. Across all the countries, Tanzania imeonekana formalization bado ni issue kubwa. And as a result, people can't get funding, they can't access markets kwa sababu you have to be formalized. And I think the coaches are always telling them, no. First we formalize your business. No, naogopa, unajua ukishasema wanakuja wanachukua, we hear those stories, but you have to formalize. And when it comes to youth-led businesses are often solo run and necessarily driven with limited potential for scalability. Most of the youth we had walikuja ini kama sole proprietors, sio companies. That like 60% of the youth. And when it comes to skills, there's a lot of skills mismatch. And I think we are going to do a lot of training as well on how to recruit for entrepreneurs and looking for the skills. There's a huge problem there. The entrepreneurs are complaining, hawapati the right people, the youth are also complaining. So everyone is complaining. Lakini pia, so it's important to say where we are. Na sisi tumeweza kupata, I said more than half ni youth. So we are doing something around there. The law supporting women entrepreneurship in Tanzania. Tanzania, uzuri, we have a lot of laws that are supporting women entrepreneurship and policies, such as the constitution, kila mtu ana haki ya kufanya kazi, usawa, the Land Act, inaonyesha kwamba women's right to own, inherit and use land, Companies Act, the Microfinance Act. Now, these are creating a strong foundation. We also have policies, please the next one. We also have policies such as the National Microfinance Policy, revised 2017, that encourages savings and credit cooperatives. And I think a lot of women are into this, that's where we are keeping most of our monies. How many of us are in Vicobas? Don't you get loans from Vicobas? But there's the National Strategy for Gender Development, SMA development policies, and National Women and Gender Development policies. All these are really, really there to support women to thrive. And when we come to effectiveness now, these policies have enhanced women's access to financial resources, networking opportunities. Ndio maana tunasikia masuala ya preferential procurement, si ndio? Tunasikia masuala ya mikopo ya halmashauri. All these are because of policies that are on the ground. Now, we also have programs such as, I will start with Women Creating Wealth program. It's not there, but yes, Tanzania Women's Bank provide tailored financial services for women entrepreneurs. We have seen Women Entrepreneurship Development Program, Village Community Banks, Vicobas, I've mentioned them, Women Enterprises Fund, and the success stories that were coming a lot from Tanzania from all the research work we were doing is the Vicobas have empowered thousands of rural women in providing them with small-scale financial resources that enables self-sufficiency. So Vicoba is a success story from Tanzania. Should we go to the next one? Now, the challenges that we have seen through all this work is barrier to policy enforcement. There's weak enforcement in rural areas, especially when it comes to customary law. I think we have learned a lot about self-agency through the program. So there is still that one. There's business registration complexities are still an issue. You have so many hurdles to go through to be able to, to have your business recognized. But also urban buyers in entrepreneurship programs, I think this is critical. We are excluding women from rural areas, and I think there's room for collaboration to make sure that we are breaking this program down and take it to women in rural areas, but also limited policy integration. Women's policies, women entrepreneurship policies are not sufficiently merged into broader economic strategies, restricting a holistic development efforts. Kuna efforts here and there, but there's no integration. We also had a few recommendations. Policies to expand access to finance, bridge the digital divide, leverage technology, and I never, I experienced the digital divide when we started this program. I am telling, when I wrote on my remarks that someone will call you and they are happy they have been able to log in. Now you ask yourself, how is this journey going to be? Madam, I can't see. When I submit it, I don't see it. Like, it's also beyond that. It's the cultural, it's the access to devices and things like that. So there's a lot of work to be done there. And you have gotten an unintended consequence. Tulikuwa tunafanya program, bridging digital literacy was not on it's not on our outcome areas, but it's an unintended consequence. But then to simplify regulatory processes, strengthen mentorship and training, and I think through the program, I like what you said about the master mentors from the previous cohort. In fact, are there any master mentors who are graduating today? Rehema, where are you? They started early, they finished, so they came back as master mentors to pull others to finish the program. Strengthening implementation of policies and laws, monitor and evaluate programs, laws and regulations. I think we all remember that issue of mikopo ya halmashauri. They had to be re-evaluated, si ndio? Watu wana default, how do we re-evaluate na vitu kama hivyo. But then to promote gender responsive banking, I think we need a whole conversation on that one, because most women, we talk to them, they say they don't feel like the banks are listening to them. So we have to also make sure that we bring them together to understand what is happening. And also expand community-based financial and saving models, strengthen public-private partnerships. And I think when we meet like this, we are trying to do that, strengthening the partnerships to make sure that we are achieving our goals, strengthening advocacy and networking. You heard about this from the networks. So we are having that 360 approach, and promote export-ready women entrepreneurship. And what are we doing? I've been mentioning it since morning. We are training financial literacy, market access support to make sure that the entrepreneurs are building sustainable businesses. We are promoting gender responsive investment such as AfriShella. I think we have been speaking about AfriShella, the genderless investing vehicle under supported by the Gresham Ashell Trust, that is actually developed to fund women-owned and women-led businesses ambazo wanaangalia yale masharti ambayo pia yanamwangalia mwanamke beyond the business. Lakini pia tuna supporting business formalization, I said earlier, and we are promoting alternative financing through advocacy work through our networks. Now, because advocacy for us, it's a collective work. So we are doing it through the networks, and we are already doing some work with the capital markets and security authorities to make sure that women understand, they know what is happening in the market, and they participate. And the call to action for us more is, one, as we are trying to move to the next phase of the program, we are seeking strategic development partnerships to deepen and scale the impact, reaching 10,000 women entrepreneurs by 2029. And so with this support, we aim to deepen interventions. That's why we are telling you, we don't say you are graduating. You are just being certified today, because we see there's still so much that we can do to support the businesses you work with. And we are also looking at leveraging preferential procurement opportunities. We did one training, but we see there's a huge opportunity there for women, because we have gotten feedback. The ones who attended now, they have Nest accounts, they have applied. One has gotten a tender, she says she'll get a profit of about $50,000. Kama milioni 100 na ngapi kwa Tanzania? Hiyo 100. Kwa hiyo tayari tunaona kwamba it is important to keep doing that, lakini enhance advocacy efforts Na ndio maana we will keep having these presentations even in meetings like this, because it is important to make sure that we continue the advocacy work as much as it takes time to ensure we are reaching where we want to be. Mimi niwashukuru sana for giving me time to do such a lengthy presentation, but I thought it was important to set the scene for our panel discussion. Asante sana.
Wow. Asante sana kiongozi wetu Miss Anabati Mlai. Subira Bauj, karibu.
Asante sana MC. Before I welcome my panel, tumekaa muda mrefu, could I ask all of us just to stand for 30 seconds? Madaktari wanasema ukikaa sana simama, at least unyoshe mgongo, ujinyoshe kidogo, and then you can sit. Just for 30 seconds. Yeah, we may all have our seats kama umejinyosha. Asante. Thank you. We can all have our seats. Habari za asubuhi wote. Allow me to welcome on stage my panel. Nimesikia vikoba na anayekuja, najua wengi mkisikia vikoba awards mtamtambua. Naomba nimkaribishe Dr. Amina Bamari, who is a lecturer, researcher and a consultant kutoka chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam Business School. She specializes in banking and financial services, microfinance, small enterprise development and public policy analysis. Naomba tumpigie makofi akiwa anakuja hapa mbele. Baada ya kusema she's very involved in advocacy, policy development and personal finance coaching. Kwa hiyo ni coach na pia amefound Women and Money Talk Forum na ni chairperson wa Vikoba Awards Tanzania. Naomba tupige makofi. Wa pili ni mentor wetu, our youth mentor Catherine Kipilima, who is passionate. She's a passionate and dedicated professional with over 5 years experience. Ni kijana lakini ana uzoefu wa designing and leading impactful programs focused on youth and women in Tanzania. Catherine, welcome. Can you come on stage? She specializes in resource mobilization, project management, and stakeholder engagement. And she's also worked with the Tanzania Mentors Action for Mentors as the head of public relations. The third on stage, allow me to welcome the one and only gentleman we're going to have is Pray Good here before I call you on stage. Tanzania Startup, are you here? Okay, great. Pray God is a business, he's a senior manager for programs and operations at the Tanzania Startup Association, inajulikana kama TSA. He oversees the program of design, strategic partnership, and various departments. Na pia he's a business leader. Yes, thank you. He's a business leader who founded Agritex Company Limited, skilled in agricultural irrigation machinery and climate smart agriculture, complemented by expertise in management, accounting, and finance. And last but not least, huyu nikimnyanyua nitaomba nisikie vile vigelegele ambao nimevisikia. Alikuwa hapa juu tayari mtamuona, lakini she's a serial entrepreneur, one of the forces behind the Kitchen Party Gala. And just to say that Kitchen Party Gala is not just about dressing up and showing up. It's a whole community with impact and business networks. So allow me to welcome Dada Vida Nasari, who is a member of the network. Vile vigelegele. Asante. Kwa sababu tuko nje ya muda, we have about 20 minutes. Where is the MC? We have 20 minutes, I'm told. So I'll get straight to the point to allow me to ask you people questions. Naomba nianze na Dr. Amina. Dr. Amina, wewe ni mzoefu, tumesikia the presentation about policies and different things. Being a doctor and somebody who's experienced in the field, from your experience, how do you resonate with the mentioned policy gaps from the presentation that Madam Anna mentioned? Which gaps would you say have been the most critical and or impactful for most women and youth entrepreneurs? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Subira. First of all, I would like to thank Raka Machel Trust and the 4 programs, especially Madam Anna. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my views. You have sent the report to me. Mimi ni mwalimu, so I've read, I went through it, And I have some points which I will share with my fellow women. And napenda mtambue pia, I'm privileged, nilichaguliwa kuwa one of the member wa National Technical Committee ya kuangalia reform za business and investment in Tanzania. Took on the ground, tuna collect data and we'll reach my fellow women, tuchukue maoni yenu, mawazo yenu ili tuweze kuya implement. Kulikuwa na blueprint ya kwanza, sasa hivi tunaita mkumbi 2 kama umesikia. So naamini serikali yetu sikivu inaendelea kuchukua maoni and there's a lot which will be done. Back to nini kilichotuleta hapa. There's 4 issues ambazo nimezikoti from the report and from my experience. One of them is the poor enforcement of gender equality laws. Tunaongelea gender equality laws. Yes, constitution yetu imesema kabisa there's equal rights to all people. Land Act ya 1999, Village Act ya 1999, zote zinasema kwamba we have equal rights. Sisi women and wanaume. Lakini the problem is when you go to the village, hata sio village, the urban, kuna customary laws, unwritten laws, especially in a business perspective, especially in owning land, especially in accessing finance. You will see there's some issues there. And these are not the written, right? But they are customary. How are we going to tackle this? It's us to understand. I know there's another question which I'll be asked, which I'll explain. How are we going to tackle this? But this is a very, very important thing. And that's why narudia tena kwamba the government wameona there's these issues we need to solve. Another issue is cost regulatory framework. Nilikuwa naongea na one of my customer ambaye alikuwa anataka kuanzisha the business ya milk processing. And it was like, you know what? For you to be able to start a business of milk processing, there's a lot of regulations. I mean, authorities to report, starting from the TRI, the basic one, the BRERA, hi BRERA, coming to the local government authorities, there's issues there, the taxes and laws and everything to abide with, going to NEMC, going to TFDA. So there's a lot of things, and all these need money. It's not for free. So for us women, it is very costly. So what are we going to do to reduce this? Imagine you are urban. Those people in rural, what are we supposed to do this? To reduce this, we need to air out our voices, right? Another issues, which is very important. I'm happy, niko na Madam Emma, kwenye New Faces, New Voices, and our project is making sure that women are getting access to finance. And our chair is around, Kai Moleli, hello, making sure that women are getting access to finance. Yes, we know that Madam Anna has been saying and talking about access to finance. There's Vikoba, but we have banking, right? What are the banks doing? I know some of the banks, they've started the women-centric products, but all of us, are we aware of this women-centric product? We are not, right? And when you go there, yes, like the Imbeju and the like, but when you go there, you don't know these are women-centric product. You go as a normal woman. Then they'll ask you for the collateral, right? So there's the issues on now access to finance. How are we going to do about it? I'm happy. I'm also I'm privileged. I'm in the group of Madam Emma, Women CEO Roundtable. There's one director there, Madam Governor, Deputy Governor. I know there's a SMEs guarantee scheme, but how many women do they know about this SMEs guarantee scheme, which is under BOT, right? So limited to finance, awareness of where to get money, it's a problem to us women. The last point, which is very important, and I'm happy Madam Anna mentioned digital exclusions. Imagine, nyinyi wanawake ambao mko urban, you're here. You had problem to log in the program. Imagine, you had problem to log in Nest system. How about that woman who is in the rural area? So we need to more awareness, training. You are the ambassador of other women. So mmepata knowledge ya digital, you need to spread for us to be able to break this barrier of digital exclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Wow, thank you. There's so much to learn, and that is very insightful. I'd like to come to you, Pray God, because of running out of time. You're with the Tanzania Startup Association. Nyie mmekuwa watu wa mbele ku make sure kwamba sera za entrepreneurs na watu startups, some that are here, are ahead and government is noticing us. Can you tell us, as youth employment stakeholder, what are the practical interventions or measures that can be undertaken to fill in the cross-cutting policy gaps that Doctor just mentioned and others that you've read and that Anna presented on youth entrepreneurship and employment and ensure multi-sectoral impact?
All right, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Japo, I feel a little bit like the minority today.
No, there are more than 10 of you here. Don't worry, it's fine.
We are the minority, thank you.
Yes.
It's a good feeling. So anyway, thank you. I think the very important thing that needs to be understood, the very basic one, first of all, is co-creation between government and private sector. Co-creation, very important. Kwa sababu, when we have the mentality of co-creation, it brings responsibility to everybody, all of us, because it's wrong for startups, for youth and women, to assume that the people in the government, the policymakers, understand everything that we need. When we started TSA, and fortunately TSA was started by a group of founders, we met government people, and then they were like, nyinyi vijana tatizo lenu mnalalamika mnatukana. You don't organize yourself and come engage us. So we don't really know what exactly that you're looking for. Angalieni wenzenu wale wenye viwanda CTI wamejiorganize. Angalieni wenzenu wenye malori wanaitwa nani? Tato wamejiorganize. Angalieni Taha wamejiorganize. Nyinyi mko kwenye social media mnatukana. And then we were like, actually we need to set up an association and then engage meaningfully. So we understood that we have a role to play in shaping policies. Then so co-creation, the part of co-creation. And then when we co-create, we are then able to influence how policies are shaped in terms of does it really meaningfully touch us, that policy. Kama tunasema maybe is a PPRI, the issue ya procurement for women, youth and special groups. Does it really reflect our action needs au tumiachia watu fulani wakae ambao hawaelewi our context watengeneze and then baadaye we tunalalamika. So I would say for me the very important thing is co-creation that now shapes how the policies translate to our daily life. Kwenye masuala ya financing, we understand what kind of financing we actually need. So it's up for us to engage and communicate what kind of, what should the policy speak about financing when it comes to women and youth-led businesses. When it comes to skills, we understand the skill sets that we're missing in the market. So kwa mfano kuna sera mpya ya elimu, did we engage? So, and then that will affect the availability of quality skills in the market, and that now feeds into our businesses. It goes on and on kwenye infrastructure, kwenye tax issues. There are these tax reform task force ambazo zinatokea every other year before, I mean, I think in the first quarter, do we engage? So my answer is on co-creation. I think namba niachie hapo kwanza. Thank you.
Asante. No, asante sana kwa kujibu hiyo vizuri. And thanks to WCW, they really push for such things. I'll come now to you, Dada Vida. As somebody who's been in business for a long time in different networks, what role do networks and industry associations play in helping women entrepreneurs navigate regulatory and policy changes? And how can these be strengthened?
Asante. I would just have 4 points on that. Point number 1 is to be the voice of the women to push the women agenda at national level. Why? Because collectively, kwa pamoja, we can make an impact. So if these associations are giving us that opportunity to do that, na tumefanikiwa at some point, I'm not saying us, but women association wamefanikiwa kwa sababu, going back to the history, 442, the Wezesha scheme, also came as a result of women making noise, or even on its improvement currently. But again, kuna issues zinatokea, like Dr. Amina said, it's digitalized, right? Sasa tumesema sisi huku mjini kuingia kwenye internet ni tabu. What about kule kijijini? Na 442 sio za wanawake kijijini, kila halmashauri the whole country. How are they helped? So now we've managed to push it to that agenda. National policy makers wamesikia. So our job shouldn't end there. We should go further. Now wamesikia, wamebadilisha. What next? Wote tuna benefit au tunajiangalia sisi tu wa mjini? So the women associations zimefanya kazi, lakini zina mwendelezo mwingine wa kufanya kazi zaidi. Another point I will say, influencing policies. Right now, ukiangalia SME policy in account women as a majority, right? So na SME policy inatambua kwamba players katika the SME sector are women. So if na hiyo imetupa opportunities kwamba most of the donors, companies, hizi makampuni ya kimataifa, hizi NGOs nyingi zinaanza kuwa na focus, zinakuwa na gender focus schemes kama loans, services na vitu vya namna hiyo. Women associations take advantage. Mtu mmoja akasema, mbona siku hizi kuna so many women associations? Zipo kwa sababu kwanza zinawezeshwa, alafu pia zinaona hizo opportunities. That is the second thing. The third thing is women association are acting and should act as a knowledge center. Dr. Amina anavyotafuta information about anything about women, she should be able to get them from the women themselves. Should be able to go to TWCC, should be able to come to NABW and all other women associations to collect these data. So we should be able to be having data of our women. And in hizo data, ziwe makusudi, yani ziwe like women tusiwe tuna data za wanawake wote, haiwezekani. Lazima uweze kusectorize your women. Women in manufacturing, women in design, women in what. Sectorize them so that we also know how to service them. We are doing the job, but there's a further kazi inayotakiwa kufanyika pia. So we need to be intentional on that. Lakini pia tumeweza kuwa, like NABW, what we are doing right now is as an information center. Tuna kitu kinaitwa alternative finding model awareness. This is our advocacy plan. Advocacy, tunafanya advocacy policy ku make sure kwamba we are raising awareness. Wanawake akitaka hela sasa hivi, kitu cha kwanza tawaza wapi? Bank. But it's not necessarily. Kuna other options. Kuna kitu kinaitwa njia mbadala za kupata fedha, ambazo kuna kitu kinaitwa capital venture, sio ngapi wanazijua, angel investors, kuna crowdfunding, kuna equity ownership. Ukizijua hizi njia, kama wote mmegraduate watu 139 kwa mfano, inawezekana 50% wote mna qualify kupata. Na sisi tumekuwa tukiweka hand in hand with capital market, CMC ambao wao ni regulators wa hizi policies za hizo alternative funding models. Na tumekuwa tukijitahidi tukishirikiana na other association ku create this awareness kwamba wanawake need to know about to know things that are concerning them in regards to entrepreneurship. Alafu pia sisi women association should work as bargaining force. We are many, as I said, collectively tuna power, lakini ukiwa na power ukaweza kuinfluence, ina maana pia unaweza ukabagain. Umepewa kile unachotaka, lakini then you can demand more au ka create kitu chako. Kwa mfano recently, maybe past 3 years, tumeona kwamba sasa hivi zamani tulikuwa sisi tukienda kuomba mkopo, tulikuwa tunaomba spousal consent, right? Umekuja kuomba mkopo, umetumia collateral ya familia, wewe ndio unaomba spousal, mume wako amekubali. Sasa hivi baada ya kupiga kelele na ku create awareness za women kujua, wakaja kusema aha, why na wao wakienda kuomba mkopo hawaombwi hizo spousal consent. Sasa hizi ni 50-50 bila. Yeye akienda akitumia family collateral, lazima na mimi ni sign consent yake. Na yeye hivyo. Kwa na hii imecreate ni through easy engagement na bargaining. Sawa, iko hivi banks, tunasema banks hazisikilizi, lakini mimi naweza to some point tunavyo engage kwenye easy forums, they somehow listen and kuna vitu wanaenda kuviadjust, wanatusikiliza. Na funny part is ikiadjust benki moja unakuta na nyingine nazo zina follow through ili waweze to capture. Kwa I think women association are very, very influential kwenye hii sector and they should keep up the good job, lakini they should work together, they should work collectively. Asante.
Msisitizo wa kuwa member wa hizo associations. And I guess the Women Creating Wealth program kuna sehemu ya access to funding, yes. Which is part of the part you just mentioned. I'll come to you, Catherine, tuna dakika 10, but I really want questions from the panel. So Catherine, you're a businesswoman, you've been in resource mobilization. As a young female entrepreneur, now mentor, what is the most significant policy-related challenges you have faced in growing your business? And how can policy makers address them?
Thank you very much for that question. There are many challenges, but mostly, as a country, we don't have a streamlined process for regulators. When it comes to registration, you always have to visit a different regulator, and it's a hassle. It's not easily done like that. As all the panelists have said, like, as a woman, we have come from that space where these policies were created without us. We weren't present. They were for other people. So now you have to register with different regulators. When I was registering my own startup, it was a bit difficult because now you have visited, I've seen Brella here. Now you have come to Brella, you have registered your business, I mean the certificate. You go to the other one, that is TRA. After a month, ukishaingia tu kwenye system. I remember those text messages that I was getting. My sister looked at me like every morning like I'm frowning, like it's 150. I haven't even started operating a business and I'm building like a tech startup. I don't even have the MVP yet. Tayari nimeshapigwa faini. Za kutosha. Then again, you don't know, you walk to these offices, it's always a long line. Jamani muda ni mchache. But the long lines over there. Yet again, you don't have the capital. You don't have the access to finance. You don't have collaterals. You walk to a bank. You're a young person. Even when I was registering, my co-founder she's under 21. She was going to be 21 during that year, since she's the final year student at University of Dar es Salaam. The system did not accept her. Where are her shares going? Now I ask myself, nije nirudi tena nipange hii foleni. And it was a hassle. I wish there was just like one hub, all that. And then like for TRI, I don't know if they're going to listen to me, but this is a cry. We are starting business. We haven't started operating. And we are meeting a lot of fines. More as any hatuna tele elimu ya kodi. Okay, we understand kuna zile tax clubs in school. But do they really achieve the prime objectives of their goals? Au ni graduation, you get a certificate and we don't use them anymore. I wish that education could start from there coming up. And then the regulations, like the policies, we weren't there. We as women, nimesikia hii hapa moja madam ambaye amesema kwamba consent. Just imagine right now mtu anakuja kuomba spouse consent. If that was here right now, what would have happened? So that was the challenge. We don't have a streamlined process when it comes to
Loans also, it's a bit difficult because, you know, you don't have the friends, families, fools to support you. So you just have to hustle alone. Inafikia sehemu, you just sit around those regulators' office and somebody tells you it cannot be done. Dada nenda, hii ni ngumu. Those are the words that I've had while registering a business. And those are words that most of you here have had. And that's why mostly in our coach sessions, I'd be like, keep pushing, keep doing it. It's going to be done. But what if all this was in ICT? Like, there's just a website I can go to and register all this. And I can learn. But why do I just have to work, visit, and ziko mbali, and distance and transport is also an issue. Sorry, I had to mix and be blunt in this. I hope they're just going to listen and work on it. But these are the common problems that we share. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. We have 5 minutes left, and I really want people to be able to ask. Doctor, you had something to say, and then we'll conclude.
Asante sana. Kama nilivyosema, ni one of the member wa National Technical Committee ya kuboresha mazingira ya biashara na investment Tanzania. Sasa, kwa nini serikali imeamua kuleta hii mkumbi tool, the second blueprint? Kwa sababu tuna ile vision 2050. So how are we going to align kama business environment yetu hiko kama hivi, madam hapa anavyosema na madam Vida alivyosema. My call to you, my dear women, we are coming to you kwenye associations zenu to collect as much data as we can. We are the same team, ambao we need to play the same ball, and our most important objective is to score the goal, to make the business environment ya Tanzania nzuri. Sasa, associations zote ambazo zinashughulika na sisi wanawake na wengine, let's join hand. Vida amesisitiza kwenye point yake ya mwisho. Let's join hand and come out as many issues ambazo ziko related kwa our business as much as we can, so that we can document it. And najua hata ile kwenye blueprint 1 there were some issues. Kuna kodi ambazo zilipunguzwa, kuna issues ambazo kuna government agencies ambazo zilikuwa combined together. Sasa hivi tunataka kwenda na mbio za Vision 2050 to make sure that our business environment iko sawa na our pace. So come out, give out information as much as we can. Tutafanya pilot as soon as possible. So I'm sure that mtakuwepo as members. Tunaomba mtoe maoni yenu. Thank you so much. Siongei kwa niaba ya mwenyekiti wangu, lakini tuko katika kutengeneza mazingira mazuri ya biashara Tanzania. So come out, give out your comments, give out your malalamiko. There's one hub kama kwenye TIC, yani kuna TRA, kuna 999, lakini this we want it all over. Thank you so much.
Wow, asante sana. Thank you so much. Organizers, can we have 10 minutes just to give at least a few questions, or there's no time? Hakuna muda mniruhusu. Okay, fine, thanks. Basi nianzie kwako dada Vida kuja huku. Would you mention just one solution that if you could see it come to pass, it would really make you feel fulfilled in terms of business? Just one solution on a positive note.
Speaking from the terms of women association now,
for me, I think it's about time we have this one watchdog who can combine all the women association efforts. Because at the moment, currently we're working in silos. Kila association inakuwa na agenda yake, unaenda left, unaenda right, but at the same time, tunataka kufanya kitu kimoja. Maybe if we have this just one watchdog, where we report to ambata kwambia we Vida, kwa nini usifanye kazi na yule, mbona anafanya the same thing. That's how we can move very fast from where we are. Otherwise, tutacheza hapa round.
Thank you. More collaboration, less competition. Yes, comes to you, Pregod.
We are currently working on drafting this national startup policy that I believe will also cater for women. But also we're working on national venture capital fund. I think Vida palikuwa amezungumzia masuala ya venture capital to address the early to mid-stage financing gap for youth and women-led businesses. So these are things that we're trying to drive, but also we hope when they come into place, would really elevate the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then to you, Doctor?
It's just to add a cherry on top of Vida cake. we collaborate, we don't compete.
Great. More collaboration, no competition.
That will be like police literacy, like more of it. We need it starting from the young people towards ukuju, like a lot of it. I don't know why we invest a lot in like regulation instead of educating people before. Yani kabla ya kumchapa mtu kwanza na ile inaitwa nini? Kodi au na faini. Why don't you teach us from when we are young, like how you're teaching us to save,
Amina. Naamini Mheshimiwa Gigi amepokea na wengine. Asanteni sana pana, we're out of time. I was not able to allow you to ask questions. MC nakurudishia mic. I believe the lady in black has something for all of you, so we can go out this way. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Naombeni tuwapigie makofi mengi sana. Madam Catherine ameongea imetoka moyoni, mimi limenigusa. Si ndio? Nina imani wafanyabiashara wengi ili tunakutana nao, si ndio Tumemwelewa vizuri sana. Yaani hujakaa vizuri unaambiwa una fine, hujageuka huku una nyingine, si ndio? Sawa sawa. Thank you so very much Subira for the very wonderful panel discussion. Jamani, these moments they are very engaging, energetic, lakini pia zinatufungua na kutuonyesha mwanga mwingine and see how possible it is. Thank you so much Madam Vida. Mimi leo kama nitasahau vitu vyote nitakumbuka ulivyosema we should always collaborate and less compete. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we are going to our next session, Jump Startup Pitches, and this session will be facilitated by Catherine Kipilima. Catherine, karibu sana.
Greetings once again, habarini za mchana. As always jamani, kwenye WCW kuna fursa nyingi. Kwa hiyo kuna hii program moja ambayo inaitwa Jump Starters. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it since ilipita kwenye magroup yenu. So this was started as a challenge for youth within the program. That who had youth tayari wana biashara zao, but they were asked to create an idea within their business that they're going to improve and they're going to create impact and to get a positive outcome. So we had like 26 applicants who are also participants of the WCW program, and within the 26 participants, we are remained with 4 champions who are going to be pitching here today. Makofi kwao jamani. Yes, and we are also going to be having a panel of judges whom I would like to welcome here. They'll be joining us in this table. And I would like to introduce our first judge, who is Mr. Atiba Amalila, who is the Executive Director of Center for Entrepreneurship and Executive Development. Karibu sana. Then we have our own coach and mentor, Mr. Christian. Please join us forward. Then we also have our very own Coach Fasili joining the panel of judges, who is also the coach in the WCW program. Karibu. And now I would like to request one of the 4 champions to come forward and the pitch deck. The tech team, are we done yet? Yes. Judges, karibuni sana. Miss Juliet Leamunda, please come forward. Miss Juliet Leamunda is the founder of Alici Agrovate. Okay, now the challenge begin. Napenda kumkaribisha sana Juliet, and the stage is yours. Karibu sana.
What if I told you that the greatest form of healthcare doesn't come from a pill, but from a plate? Hi, my name is Juliet Anton Leamunda, the founder of Asifa Neurovista. At Asifa Neurovista, we create nutritional solution for a healthier tomorrow. According to the WHO report, 15 million people globally suffers from stroke, whereby 907 million people suffers from mental health issues, which the key factor being nutritional challenge. And also 74% of these deaths are from non-communicable disease. And 77% of these deaths are from the low and middle income countries like Tanzania. And despite African resources, many people lack the knowledge to personalize their meal, while this gap costs life. This came from a personal story after losing my father in 2024 due to dietary issues and stroke and mental health complication. I knew that I really had to do something. Here's where we came with Asifa Neurovista. Asifa Neurovista is a food company solution that aims at promoting healthy eating habits by producing nutritious food supplements, whereby we make the local, affordable food that are available in our community 90 times nutritious than their original state. Well, where in this world would you get such kind of a product? Well, Asifa Neurovista got you covered. But also, what we solve is we create healthy foods whereby they are rich in super nutritious infused superfoods that can help reduce the increasing level of NCDs, but also we solve the problem of limited access of healthy foods. Our product line are Nutri-Grain porridge flour, whereby our porridge flour helps in detoxifying the body, boosting body immunity, but not only that, giving the body the natural energy it needs. We did not end there. We came up with our nutrient-rich detoxifying snacks. Well, while you're in your office, you can detox anytime, but also boost those immunity system and give your body natural energy. And an inspired product from customer feedback, which is our Nutri-Fruit Gel. Well, from customers' questions and asking various questions like, what would you need to change in the entire food system that could actually serve the community. Most people said, if I could only get the food that is rich with all the nutrients that the body needs, that is where we came with our NutriFood gel, packed with all essential nutrients that your body needs. Well, surprising, right? Yeah, that's what we do. We came up with our NutriFood gel, which was innovated during the challenge. Moreover, we started a commission-based sales in university like IFM, Mzumbe University. Well, this was actually a game-changing. We were able to generate a 93.5 revenue growth during the challenge, whereby during January to February, our sales margin was very low. But during the challenge, the commission-based sales model, which helped us reach even wide audience, giving this impact. Moreover, we were able to increase, create new job opportunities to students in university, whereby it's actually something that saves life. Next, please.
1 minute before we welcome the judges.
So our outreach is B2C sales, whereby we sell our products from business to customers, which is our core strategy, but somehow we do a B2B, we're placing in retail shops, like Mzumbe University in Morogoro, Dar es Salaam, and Bear. Moreover, it's a commission-based agent sales. Our sales, our cost of production range from 7,500 to 905,000. So this is our basis. So as we said, we have been able to reach more than 1,000 customers, in which 35% of them being the repeating customers.
Thank you very much,
you.
Juliet. I would like to,
next, please.
Hands of applause for her, please. I would like to welcome the judges for question. We have 1 minute each. Karibu.
Hongera sana, Julia.
Thank you.
Can you please define your market more clearly, because you've spoken about university students, but your product is more malnutrition focused. So can you try and focus on who your customer is exactly?
Okay, it's a question, right? So
I'll take questions from all the judges and then you'll respond. Karibu, coach.
How much do you sell per month or per week?
Karibu, Juliet.
Okay, so starting with who are our customers, is the market? So due to compliance and regulations, we are trying to reach different audience in the community, where it is easy to access large customers in university, including the students and the teachers. Though the customers are children from 2 years old to old age people. So we have Nutri-Grain porridge for kids specifically, but also we have Nutri-Grain porridge for elders that helps in hypertension and diabetics problems. So that is our customers reach, but we are actually, in the last slide, we are actually trying to expand in asking for the funds so that we can comply with the regulations, so that it's more of a food supplement, so we can place our product even in pharmacies and be available to all people in the community. Okay, thank you very much. Pardon, please, the next question. Oh, so sales per unit.
Per month, per week and per month, sorry.
Okay.
Apologies.
So the sales per week, we actually sell around 150,000 per week. Yes. So per week we sell 150,000, and that is from all the products we have been implementing specifically for Nutri-Grain porridge flour and snacks. For Nutri-Grain porridge, for Nutri-Fruit, it's a new product. So we have started and we have seen that customers actually want the product. And if you could have a chance, you could have a taste of some samples we've just displayed.
Jamani tumpigie makofi. Yule tumekuja na products zake wakati tukiendelea kusubiria, mkimtaka yuko kwenye meza namba ngapi? Tamuona kule. Jamani wakati anaenda kukaa tumpigie makofi, na wakati huo tumkaribishe mshiriki anayefuata ambaye ni Zuhura Musa from Biashara Initiative. Karibu sana. Zuhura Musa. Yes, you can start. Karibu.
Habari za mchana. Okay. Habari zenu za mchana. Kwa majina naitwa Zuhura Musa. I am the founder of Biashara Initiative. As many of you have graduated, you can see that in Tanzania we are facing this challenge of unemployment and job. So that made some of the hiyo imepelekea baadhi yetu kufanya biashara kwa ajili ya kujiendeleza. The challenge comes we don't have enough information or knowledge about business. So kupitia hilo Biashara Initiative imeamua kuanzisha mafunzo ya biashara kwa vijana wanawake, ambapo lengo lao ni kuwapa ujuzi ili waweze kufanya biashara zao kwa ujuzi. Mwanzoni tulikuwa tunafanya mafunzo kupitia groups za WhatsApp, lakini tukakutana na changamoto kwamba wengi wanakuwa hawako serious kufuatilia mafunzo. Kwa hiyo tukaamua kuanzisha individual WhatsApp training, ambapo mtu mfanya biashara ambaye ana biashara yake, kupitia hizo siku 5 tunakuwa tunamshauri jinsi gani ya kuweza kuifanyia kazi na kuiboresha biashara yake. Kwa kupitia hiyo challenge ndani ya hiyo wiki tulifanikiwa kupata wanafunzi 5, ambapo revenue zetu ilikuwa ni 250,000. Na baada na kupitia hiyo challenge au wafanyabiashara wapo ambao waliweza kuajiri watu 3 kama full time employee na kuajiri watu 2 ambao walikuwa ni part time employee. Nilichojifunza kupitia hii challenge ni kwamba Watanzania wengi wanataka kupewa huduma kwa bidhaa, yaani kwa price ndogo. Kwa hiyo challenge ingekuwa ninatoa mafunzo kwa bure ningepata more than 5 customers. Lakini kwa kuwa ilikuwa ni price nimepata hao 5. Kwa hiyo na kingine nilichojifunza natakiwa kuzingatia mahitaji ya mteja, kwamba mteja ana changamoto gani ili niweze kumsaidia kutatua biashara yake. Na lengo langu ni kuweza, kwa sababu sasa hizi ninafanya mimi kama mimi online, kwa lengo langu nipate ushirikiano wa kuweza kuanzisha kama ni kituo au kupata digital tools ambazo zitanisaidia kutengeneza content bora kwa ajili ya kufanya mafunzo. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza.
Makofi ya nyongeza kwake kwa kuweka muda. Now I would like to welcome Coach Christian kwa ajili ya swali.
Asante Zuhura, kwanza hongera sana. Hapa umesema kwenye uliweza kupata 250,000, nataka kujua hayo ni mapato ya siku moja, ya wiki, ya mwezi?
Okay.
Yeah. Hilo tu.
Karibu Mr. Atibu kwa ajili ya swali.
Asante Zuhura. Swali yangu inalenga kwenye upande ya ile 1 week challenge. Ulisema ulipata wateja 5.
Yes.
Ningependa kujua ulitumia mbinu ya aina gani kuwapata, na je, unaweza kuscale kutokana na hiyo mbinu uliotumia kuwapata wateja?
Kupitia hiyo wiki moja nilifanya matangazo kupitia Instagram, kwa sababu nina page zangu Instagram za biashara initiative. Nikatangaza kupitia WhatsApp na nikatangaza kupitia LinkedIn ambapo nina page pia ya biashara initiative. Kwa hiyo hao wateja 5, kwa sababu kwa uwezo wangu ninaweza kusikia, kwa sababu ninakuwa, kwa sababu nimeanza nao 5 na ina maana ningekuwa nikiwa na timu ya watu zaidi naweza nikapata zaidi hao 5, lakini kwa kuwa niko mwenyewe, hao 5 wako ndani ya uwezo wangu mimi kuwa manage kwenye kuwapa ushauri.
Coach Christian, karibu tena kurudia swali.
Asante. Kwenye upande wa kuongeza ajira kwa vijana wenzako, kwa sababu you are so passionate about that, unawafikiria wengine. Hapa katika muda ulipata 3, nafikiri ni full, na 2. Unadhani kuna potential ya wewe kuweza kuchangia kuzalisha ajira kwa wenzako?
Hao 3 ni hao watu niliowapa mafunzo, kupitia mafunzo yangu ndio wameweza kuongeza hizo ajira. Sio mimi. Kupitia yaani mafunzo niliowapa mimi, hao watu 3 na hao watu 2. Kwa sababu kuna mmoja alikuwa anafanya biashara ya dagaa, mwingine ya asali. Kwa kupitia hayo mafunzo wameweza kuwaajiri watu ambao wanaweza kuwasaidia.
Oh, good. Asante. Kumbe hiyo ni indirect contribution.
Yes.
Safi sana. Kwa hiyo maana yake tuseme kwamba kama kuna direct relationship, kadiri unavyoongeza idadi ya unaowafunza, ndivyo tunategemea kwamba utaongeza idadi ya.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you very much. Hands of applause for Zuhura Musa while you're going to sit. Miss Victoria Mponda, karibu sana. Miss Victoria Mponda, yeye ni founder wa Tori Eleganza Business.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Victoria Mponda. The founder of Tori Eleganza. I have a clothing line business. Tori Eleganza is specifically for adult wear, but also I have a clothing line for kids. It's called Tori Span Kids. But also, I'm a volunteer social worker. So I have almost 9 years of volunteering job as a child coordinator at a kids center in Dodoma. And my presentation today on the Startup Challenge was initially inspired by a Teaching for Hope project as a fashion designer. So I wanted to do something for the marginalized group in Dodoma, and specifically beggars who are also physically disabled. So my initial plan was that. But during the 1 week challenge, I shifted my goal due to the availability of the resources. So dealing with the physical disabled people, it was a bit costful, based on the resources I had on the table, so I have to shift my priorities. So the priority shifted to the resources I had, which was the kids whom I'm also teaching as a coordinator at the kids center. And my story was inspired by one day, one among the kids. She's a girl. She usually come at the center with a wig, a set of wig, a rasta flani ya wig. So I was always curious, and some of the women who are also on the community was asking always about the kid, why is she wearing that? So I tried as a coach to persuade her a couple of times, and she refused to remove that wig. So I had to sit down with her and ask her why, and she told me she initially used to plait her hair, but one day her dad dragged her and cut off her hair without reasoning with her. And since that day, she went to school and everybody was like bullying her that she's ugly and everything. So she was so intimidated to the point that she cried out to her mom, and her mom had to buy her a wig, which she literally wore it everywhere. In the church, at school. She's studying in a school which has limited restriction. It's called Fountain Gate. So she has to wear a wig everywhere. So the kid was not feeling herself, and we know as women, one among the things that keeps us confident is our looks. So that was my starting point. So, okay, so I got an idea of creating something that will make that kid confident as she used to be. So I asked her, what can I do to make you feel the same again? She said, ask my dad to let me plait my hair again. I said, I'll try. I persuaded her dad, and he told me the reasons that salons kulikuwa kuna
1 minute left.
Okay. Salons kulikuwa kuna vitu vingi ambavyo vilikuwa vinamrestrict mtoto kuvisikia. So I came up with this plan of creating these fascinators, which I included them because I wear these always in the church. So I came up with this idea in creating this stuff with them. Kwa kuwa wao walikuwa ni part of my production team, so nilipata advantage mbili. Low production cost kwa sababu wao walikuwa part of the creative team, but at the same time niliweza kusave the need to the kids at the church kwa sababu wao ndo walikuwa pia my main market, walikuwa wakinunua zaidi hizi. And for that particular week of the challenge,
thank you very much, Miss Victoria.
Okay.
Makofi kwake.
Thank you.
Karibuni sana coaches kwa maswali.
Yeah.
Coach Fazili, would you like to start? Karibu. Coach Christian, karibu.
Asante. Your story was, quite, elevating. Hukupata opportunity ya kusema sasa uliuza,
yes.
Umepata shilingi ngapi?
Okay, as far as the revenue generation is concerned, for that particular week, kwa sababu ninafanya fashion, so I only make fascinators for a client anayekuja kutengeneza dress. So I didn't make, I usually nilikuwa make much, but beginning that day, I started selling a lot to the kids. And for the first week, I made almost, kwa sababu it's only Sunday, I sell them Sunday on the church. It was almost kama 220 for that time. Lakini after that time, I got orders. Ukiangalia kwenye zile picha zangu, mwishoni kulikuwa kuna kama scraps za patterns kama yellow. So those are scarves, and I thought my project should be a bit inclusive kwa ajili pia wavulana. So what can I make for the boys? Kulikuwa kuna order flani ambayo nilipata, and hata sasa hivi pia I'm doing it kwa ajili ya confirmation and Eucharist. I got a tender for the scarves kwa ajili ya wavulana pia. So niliweza kutengeneza generation ya income kwa miezi miwili ya May and April, almost kama 1,200,000 kwa kuuza hizi fascinator. Yes.
Asante sana. Hands of applause for Miss Victoria.
And kumake to point ya mwisho, this was also an initiative to do eco, it's like zero fashion, waste fashion. Zile scraps mimi kama tailor nikimaliza nilikuwa nazitupa. So in a way to recycle it, so it ended up to be a product again kupitia Jump Status Challenge. Yes, thank you.
Asante sana. Karibu sana Miss Susanna Munuo, our final youth for pitching. Karibu.
Hello everyone, my name is Susan Amnoa. I'm the founder and the CEO of Gilsan Technology Limited. At Gilsan, we are dealing with renewable energies, especially in clean cooking. So I'm here for our innovation that is called Gilsan Fire Stove. Why Gilsan Fire Stove? During our research, as we know, we have 90% that people are using unclean cooking solutions. So during my research, I discovered that during traditional ways of cooking, we are almost lose more than 50% of energy. And this lead to most our middle classes face difficult, especially in health and also in financial issues. So why fire stove? Our fire stove innovation is helping you while you are cooking. You first need to cook first, then you took your food with a pot and you introduce it in our bucket. So this bucket will continue cooking while you can have another activities that can help you to continue in business. Maybe you want to go for marketing. So this bucket will continue cooking slowly your food, and the food is remaining health, and also you have saved your energy. So during our challenge, we discovered that most of our people, they don't have the access and know well about energies solutions. So we discovered that we need to have a chat box and also the form that will make us to engage with our customer more, and also will help us to elaborate more what we have in packages, in different packages in our business. So far, after having this challenge, help us to have the revenue that, because this is the innovation, so the selling was just low. So for the first time, we just sell more than 5 buckets, and also we have created also the jobs that 1 minute. The jobs, and also this led to the market to be up. Then now we can have 20 plus of the different customers. So through this challenge, help me to notice the key that I'll take through this challenge. One, the awareness of energy is still low. Second, we also have the, still people don't have the awareness about what is the energy solutions, that we all know that we have different awareness about energy. But also, what is our plan? Because for us, we don't have only this fire stove. We have a biogas, we do biogas constructions. We have improved stoves. So we plan that to have different selling points that will help people to know about clean cooking, and also the awareness through... Thank you very much, Ms. Susan Munuo. Makofi kwake tafadhali. And now I welcome the judges for the questioning. Karibu, Mr. Atiba.
Asante, hongera sana Susan.
Asante sana.
My question is around your production. How do you produce this fireless stove? What does it look like? And what is the cost compared to the sales price? So what is your margin?
First, we produce at our production room in our office. We do by ourselves. So we buy materials ourselves and design it, and we sell about 130,000. Yes.
Labda niongezee, ni malighafi aina gani unatumia?
Oh. Tunatumia pamba. Pamba ni moja ya insulator materials that help to save the energy during cooking, and tunatumia pia kucover it, ile pamba. Tunatumia duvets that is too heavy to carry the energy.
Thank you very much, Coach
Coach Christian, karibu.
Asante Susan. Soko lako nalenga kina nani?
Soko langu linalenga zaidi the middle class. Middle class.
Lakini middle class wana options, you know.
Yeah.
They can afford other different types of sources.
Okay.
Energy sources.
Yeah. So why
ni kwa sababu ya gharama au kwenye umefanya research fulani ukaona kwamba middle class ndio watavutiwa zaidi au?
Ndio, kwa sababu ya gharama hasa kwenye upande wa gas. So ukitumia hii gesi kama ulikuwa unatumia mwezi mmoja unaweza kutumia hadi miezi miwili hadi 1.5.
And that marks additional. Jamani, wakati anaenda kukaa, makofi kwa vijana, makofi kwa kina dada. Tuwapongeze sana. This is what you get. This is the product you get when you bring diverse people together. And this is the product that you get when you bring young women in the environment, in this place. Hongereni tena. Jamani, makofi. Backbenchers kule, jamani, tulikuwa tusikilizi pitch. Sijasikia makofi kutoka kwenu. See, backbenchers. Now, I'd like to welcome Madam Angaja. To thank the coaches, but also to...
Good afternoon. Nafurahi kwa wakati mwingine tena. I would like to clarify kwa kifupi kuhusiana na hii challenge ambayo imekuwa presented mbele yenu. Tunaita Jump Starters Challenge. Our certified graduates will tell us Entrepreneurship Mastery 1 or 2. Entrepreneurship Mastery 1 or 2. Tunakumbuka njia mpya ya kuintroduce kwenye biashara yako. Yani ana original, tunachokitafuta kwanza ni kuongeza creativity, lakini pia hiyo idea iweze kuongeza mapato katika biashara husika. So in short, Jump Starters Challenge ni kwa ajili ya youth waliopo katika Women Creating Wealth Program, na wanapewa nafasi ya come up with a new idea that is introduced to their business, their original business, na wanapewa 1 week ya execute their idea. Nadhani wapo ambao wameweza kuelezea turnover yao within the week of testing their idea. So for now, you are challenged na atapewa zawadi kama utaratibu ulivyoandaliwa. Thank you so much, Diana.
Makofi mengi tena kwao. Thank you so much, Angaja, kwa hiyo clarification. Health under Graka Shell Trust. Without further ado, muda wetu umetutupa mkono kidogo. This now is the time. This now is the time. Kwa muda mrefu tumeongea, kwa muda mrefu tumesikiliza. Kwa dakika moja naomba wote tusimame. Naomba tusimame tafadhali. Kwa dakika moja tu, just give a high five kwa neighbor wako. Najua tulikuwa wengine tunapiga story. Mwambie how do you find yourself? Just stretch yourself. Stretch yourself, stretch yourself. And hongereni sana pia mlioweza kufanya pitch. Wonderful. Okay, tutarudia tena kwa mara nyingine kuzungumza what women creating wealth na ile moto yetu ambayo tunazungumza, right? Tukisema women creating wealth tunasema nisijasikia, nimesikia tu watu wanaongea. Women creating wealth. Women creating wealth. Thank you so very much. You can take your seat. Kwa wakati huu nichukue nafasi hii kumkaribisha Madam Emma Kawawa, mkurugenzi wa New Face, New Voice Tanzania, ili aweze kutukaribishia mgeni wetu rasmi. tuweze kumsikiliza maneno yake ya busara. Karibu sana mama.
Thank you very much, Diana. My role is very small and simple. Let me take off my glasses. Wengi wananifahamu kama dada Emma or mama Emma, whatever I do. I heard what Vida said earlier, na imesemwa na wengi, we have too many networks. We need a center. We need a network which apex body for women. Yes, we need to work on that. We need to work on that. Pili, anybody talking about me, my passion is about empowering women. Na tunapenda sana what is called collaboration. I'll speak more about that at the end. Now my role is to invite our guest speaker. Our guest speaker, who's the Deputy Governor, Financial Stability and Deepening from the Central Bank of Tanzania, Ms. Sauda Kasim Msemo. I've been close to her as soon as she was appointed. As we are lucky enough, just when she was new, our Mama Gasha was around here, and they were meeting for the first time and hearing the network for the first time. So I was there at present. So I know who is Madam Sauda. Madam Sauda is a Deputy Governor, as I mentioned earlier, supervises the financial sector and to ensure stability of the country's financial systems. She oversees the nation's payment system, fosters financial inclusions. She previously served as the Commissioner for External Finance and Assistant Commissioner of Debt Policy in the Ministry of Finance, Senior Financial Analyst. Too tall for me. Too tall for me. Okay. The way I'm tall. Tunaomba tusikilize CV yake, so you know who is coming to talk to you. She used to supervise as a commissioner for external finance and assistant analyst and advisor on physical affairs at the Bank of Tanzania, research assistant, Vertex Financial Services, and accountant intern at Nordat Management Consultant, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. At the Ministry of Finance, Sauda supervised key investment portfolios and fostered development cooperation with various bilateral development partners and international financial institutions, including the World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, and the Global Fund. In addition, coordinated loans, syndication, structured facility for major infrastructure projects in the country. Sauda is the chairperson of the National Disciplinary Committee on Anti-Money Laundering. She's the chairperson. A member of the National Advisory Committee of Generation Equality Forum, I think you know that one, was formed by our Honorable Mama Samia, Her Excellency Mama Samia, to promote economic justice and rights in Tanzania, and monitors the implementation of the national commitments, a chairperson of the Female CEOs Roundtable for the banks, Bank Female Roundtable, Bank Female Roundtables, Bank Female CEOs Roundtable for accelerating closer gender gap in the banking sector in Tanzania. A former member of Global Standards and Policy Committee Council, TNBC, Finance Working Group, and a member of Expert Leaders Group, which is under Gasha Machel. The Expert Leaders Group is a high-level expert group of African women leaders in the finance sector consists of the female governors and deputy governors of the central banks. Sauda has a Master of Science in Finance with distinction from the University of in Glasgow, United Kingdom. She also holds a Bachelor of Accounting honors from International Islamic University of Malaysia. Having said that, I would now like to welcome Ms. Sauda Kasim Semo. Welcome.
Distinguished leaders of Graca Machel Network, starting with Madam Emma Kawawa, New Faces, New Voices Country Chairperson, Ms. Vida Nasari, Network of Africa Business Women Country Chairperson, and Madam Anna Bahati Mlai, Women Creating Wealth Country Manager. I think I won't go through all of them, but allow me to recognize the presence of various leaders and representatives from public and private government institutions, as well as members of the media. But more so recognize our WCW alumni and the esteemed coaches and mentors. A very good afternoon to you all. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Thank you very much. It's both an honor and a privilege to join you today at this inspiring forum hosted under the Women Creating Wealth flagship program. I begin by thanking Almighty God for His grace and mercy, granting us healthy and allowing us to be here today in pursuit of progress, equity, and shared prosperity. The Tanzania Women Creating Wealth is a pivotal gathering that underscores our shared commitment to advancing inclusive entrepreneurship in Africa. This forum is a timely event that creates a platform for celebration and a space for reflection, connection, and action. It cements our shared commitment and provides a inclusive society. Distinguished participants, Graca Machel's Trust Expert Leaders Group, which I'm privileged to be a member, as Madam Emma Kawawa expounded, is a network of African women in senior financial leadership, including governors and deputy governors of central banks, regulators, and thought leaders. Our mandate is to champion systemic reforms and promote women's financial inclusion, leverage the digital economy, and ensure gender-responsive policies are not just aspirational but actionable. As we heard from Madam Anna Bahati's presentation, that Women Creating Wealth is based on data. So you do research, studies, come up with data, advise various key players, public and private, on how to actually respond to various gaps that were identified. Even Madam Vida mentioned when she was giving her remarks, but also we heard from the panelists that someone should not just sit aside and complain, but should engage. So engaging the public sector, government in particular, in various areas is necessary, but that can only be possible after you have findings from studies and the like, so that you can, you can present your arguments appropriately. Speaking from the Tanzania point of view on this Graca Machel's Expert Leaders Group initiative, I can attest to remarkable achievements that we have made as a country in policy and marketing initiatives that impact on women, economic empowerment, leadership, and equitable wealth creation. Key aspects that align with the theme and with the theme of today, which is building, let me just say it the proper way, breaking barriers and building wealth. So key aspects that align with this theme, and also corresponding progresses that have been realized in Tanzania point of view. I'll just mention a few of them because in the interest of time, but also I know a lot have been said here, and we have quite a number of food for thought from this forum itself. At the national leadership level, we have the commitment, political leadership commitment at the highest level, and support in the quest to ensuring that our country realizes high economic empowerment, leadership, and equitable wealth creation for a society that ensures no one is left behind. On gender equity is a necessary and an important aspect that is considered at the national agenda, and the impact is quite visible. I would like to just exemplify on Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is a global champion for action. Madam Emma mentioned, but I will just expound a bit. Is a global champion for action coalition on economic justice and rights. And this is under the UN Generation Equality Forum. And there are milestones which the country is implementing, and they will be presented the progress next year, which is 2026. So Her Excellency's leadership on gender mainstreaming initiatives across all sectors of the economy are being implemented. And implementing institutions and instruments have been devised to ensure that national leadership commitments are achieved and sustained. So it's not just about the achievements, but also sustainability of it. When you have policies in place, you don't just advocate, but you already have the frameworks that are being followed, but can be sustained because they are already in the policies. So these include national policies, we have the committees, but also we have programs and collaborative initiatives and incentives. The second aspect is on breaking the ceiling initiative. As part of implementing the national leadership commitments and in alignment with the national strategies, Tanzania is systematically implementing her gender mainstreaming programs as guided by the National Gender and Women Development Policy of 2023. And just worth mentioning is that the National Gender Strategy targets a 50-50 participation in leadership and decision-making at all levels by the year 2033. So you have seen quite a number of initiatives being, commitments being implemented at various public levels, but also worth mentioning is at the financial sector particularly, we at the Bank of Tanzania have issued a directive for the banks to ensure that they provide for gender diversity at the senior leadership, but also at the boardroom. And this, so far we have received some feedback from the industry. There are already some positive feedbacks that implementation has started. We have up to 2028 because we provided for 3 years time horizon to ensure that this implementation is achieved. So we have a key way of following up, monitoring the progress, and ensure that everyone, meaning all players in the industry, address this appropriately by the deadline. The third aspect is on wealth creation initiatives, that addressing structural barriers that impede women wealth creation is a priority in Tanzania. Strategic national policies and strategies for financial inclusion are being implemented. We have the third national financial inclusion framework, which was launched in 2023, and it's a 5-year strategy that goes all the way to 2028 as well. And in this framework, we have provided a focus, we have the targets, we have initiatives, and various programs to address women financial inclusion, which include women, medium, small and micro, small and medium enterprises, access to and usage of financial services. And we have the issues around gender disaggregated data collection, analysis, and tailoring of financial products. So when Madam Emma was introducing, she mentioned about the female CEOs of banks forum or roundtable, where we sit together, discuss, and come up with some initiatives that are helping to accelerate bridging or closing the gender gap in financial sector in particular. So this is an important to ensure that sitting at the regulators table, we do not set up some policies that may not be actionable. And this is indeed well aligned with this forum, because we want to ensure that it's not just it's not just about what you inspire, but ensuring that what you put on the table is actually actionable, achievable, realistic. So some of the impacts that I wish to mention, I remember during the discussion here, the panels, there was this one on data disaggregation. This is also a key milestone that we have, and we think it will also help inform on the progress made, particularly on the access and usage of formal financial services, particularly with the banking sector. And we expect that through this one, we will be able to get the feedback and see areas where we are lagging behind. When I say we, not just the Bank of Tanzania, but the sector itself in totality. But we understand that the banks are devising various products and services which are friendly to women, or they are women-centric, and we want to continue advocating and encouraging them to introduce even more products and services to ensure that more women are reached. So we have, first of all, continue narrowing of the gender gap in financial inclusion. During the FinScope survey of 2017, we noted that there was a gender gap of 10% between women and men, but the gap has narrowed, reaching 4% in 2023. So we really want to see a zero gender gap, because if you consider, for instance, the banking sector itself, It's only 22% as of 2023 of the banked population in Tanzania. So if you consider this component and you go down, you find that actually women are lagging behind. So it actually means it does not reach the 22% for women, because this is overall or average. So the plan or the target is to ensure zero gender gap, but also we have the overall increase in financial inclusion overall, because we have so far, if we take just the overall, we have, I mentioned 22% is on banking, but we have about 54% for other formal financial services. So this together goes to about 76%. That was in 2023, but by 2028, which is the time for the implementation of our third national financial inclusion framework, we expect to reach a minimum of 85%. So slowly we will be closing the the overall financial inclusion, or the component of financially excluded population. But overall, we want to ensure there is no gap between men and women. On the other item as well is increasing women SMEs accessing financial services. So this one is, we commend the capacity building initiatives and programs offered by various women entrepreneurs through market interventions and by philanthropists. These include the financial service providers themselves, but initiatives like Graca Michel's Trust, initiatives under Graca Michel Trust are also highly commendable, because as you will also testify, or at least confirm, based on the discussions we had here since morning, that what we heard from the participants in the discussions this morning is actually part of the access to finance. So you have either small and medium enterprises, but also you have the micro component, and specifically owned by women, or at least majority is women-led. The other one is on increased assurance or programs for expanding credit to small and medium enterprises in the form of guarantee funds and schemes, but also specific grants. So I think, as I mentioned, if you reflect a bit, you'll find that all these initiatives are well, Graca Michel Trust's initiatives are well aligned with what we see even with other initiatives. Because when we talk about increasing assurance, this one is on grants, but we have guarantees. We understand the major obstacle to accessing credits is lack of collaterals, or at least insufficient collateral, because some of them have, but not to the tune of what they would like to, based on the finance requirements. So we have various initiatives that offer guarantee facilities, and worth mentioning, which was also mentioned earlier, is the guarantee that is at the Bank of Tanzania, Small and Medium Enterprises Credit Guarantee Scheme, which is actually a government initiative, but is being monitored, is being administered by the Bank of Tanzania. We also have, of course, the other one is Export Credit Guarantee Scheme, which maybe I should also take this opportunity to mention, because we learned, and actually it was a confirmation from the morning sessions, that a lack of information or information gap is also another one. The opportunities may be out there, but you may not be able to know their existence, so you miss the chance to actually exploit them. The other one is on implementation of digital financial services initiatives, and that have accelerated access to formal financial services. I mentioned about 22% with the banking sector, but about 54% other digital and mobile money services. So we need to continue growing this, because this component, the digital, is mostly on the telecommunication companies, while the other one is banks. But worth mentioning is also on the initiative by the Bank of Tanzania to launching or operating the interoperable instant payment system, which is TIPS, Tanzania Instant Payment System, which is being used by banks and also MNOs, and we expect it to help reducing the costs because it is interoperable. We understand before having TIPS, every financial service provider was actually accessing a standalone kind of arrangement. The other one is tailored financial services offered by banks targeting women entrepreneurs in different sectors of the economy. So this one, I think I mentioned a bit earlier, that there are services out there. I encourage all of you to continue exploring with the banks and if other financial service providers. There are some products which are specifically tailored for women businesses, so you can easily be able to access. But of course, the good thing is you have learned and you are being certified, but the previous ones as well. I understand the challenges were mentioned also during discussions in the morning on accessing finances, but the specific one, there are specific ones which do not have too much or too many requirements. So at least through this one, the banks and the other financial service providers, you'll be able to access them. Another item is on enhanced uptake of women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises, focusing on agricultural value chain, especially in small-scale value additions to agricultural produces. So I think it's also worth mentioning that we have some specific facilities. For instance, during COVID, the Bank of Tanzania introduced a specific facility of 1 trillion shillings that is available to banking industry to actually lend to businesses, agricultural businesses, that, but they should also offer less than, I mean, at least a maximum of 10% interest. So once they prove to have lent or to be in a position to lend to various clients at this rate, among other requirements, then they are able to access these funds from the Bank of Tanzania. So I just thought it's important to let you know, because we understand as well that some products available may be of high, maybe charging high interest, but those ones which are specifically on agri, they have this facility, which of course through your bank, then the bank can access from the Bank of Tanzania. Distinguished guests, while these efforts are impressive, we have, as we have seen, I said I'm just highlighting a few of them. We have impressive outcome so far because of various initiatives undertaken. I mentioned also we have managed to close partly the financial exclusion gap, but we still have a long way to go. There are still challenges which remain for inclusive women wealth creation. These include financial and business literacy. We know the Bank of Tanzania, Ministry of Finance, even the banking industry have been so much intensifying financial literacy programs, but we still have a long way to go. So much is a challenge, but at least we see green light ahead because there are already a number of initiatives in place. We have like the financial certified financial educators program that involves certifying financial, or you can call it like a training of trainers program. But also we have introduced such initiatives with the, through collaboration with the Ministry of Education, that we now have financial literacy included in the curriculum from the primary school to secondary school as well as universities. So we think this will help ensure that at least the minimum level of financial literacy is imparted to everybody, and in the long run we should be able to reach majority of the population, because those which are, those ones who are through the on-schooling programs, they will receive, or they will be able to obtain financial literacy programs through the education institutions. But those who are off-schooling, they are the ones who will go through the financial, certified financial educators programs. So that's on financial literacy, but also the issue of universal access to identification. This one, you may be aware the government is working on it through Jamii number. So we expect in the long run we'll be able to have everyone have IDs so that they can easily reach out at least the baseline of the formal financial services. The other one is access to collateral. There are initiatives underway in addition to the guarantees that we mentioned, but there are some initiatives to ensure that movable collaterals, movable assets are also included in the collaterals, formal collaterals for accessing credits. On the information market information asymmetry, this one I think we need advocacy from all levels, not just from the government, not just from the Bank of Tanzania, but or the public sector, but also collectively from public and private, to ensure majority have access to information of what the market is offering. So Women Creating Wealth is an important forum of recognizing the access of women entrepreneurs and amplifying the voices. So remind me the Women Create Voice, Women Creating Wealth, multiplying voices and amplifying, multiplying faces and amplifying voices. Okay, so yeah, I just thought, yeah. So amplifying the voices, building a bridge between governments, private sector, but also development partners, and most importantly, the women entrepreneurs who are at the heart of Africa's economic transformation. Therefore, this is my call, just to also echo the need for collaboration between government and government and public institutions in general, but private sector and everyone that is keen to seeing prosperity, economic prosperity, not only for women, but in this particular agenda of the day, we are concentrating, or we are focusing on women. So we need to ensure collaboration. I'm just echoing the same, because we had in the morning, and I think almost everyone, at least every group, mentioned key message on the need for collaboration. So collaboration between government, public institutions, our financial service providers, civil societies, private sector leaders, and everyone, we need to act boldly and ensure that we are able to remove the structural barriers that are holding women back from advancing their economic prosperities, the economic potentials that they have, which will tremendously address the problem that we're having today of poverty. We know if we can reach as many women as possible, women are family caretakers, women are having the capacities to multiply wealth, so adding to the employment opportunities in the country, and we can actually reduce poverty significantly. So let us invest not just in our businesses, but in the women who lead them with vision, courage, and determination. Distinguished guests, as we celebrate today's certification and awards of our women entrepreneurs, we should take or reflect on the achievements and agree on actions that will actually accelerate the achievements of the targets that we have. And this is themed by our forum today, breaking barriers and building wealth. So I take this opportunity to congratulate all who will be certified today. We are told we shouldn't say they are graduating, because they need to remain in the network and also add their impetus to others who will enroll going forward. So I congratulate you all, and indeed this was with your determination and resilience. You never gave up, even when you found it difficult. During the panels, I wanted to ask the coach whether there are experiences of quitting for some of but I didn't hear that one, but I took it positively, that there were no one who was quitting, because we are told you should never give up. So I believe, and I am confident that even if there are some who wanted to quit or they delayed, our MC said it clearly, and she's determined to ensuring that she is also certified by next year. So I encourage every one of you who is in the pipeline to ensure that you complete the program, be certified, but remain intact in the network, because we need to see more women enrolling, but more building their wealth, creating employment, and increasing on the prosperity of our country, specifically for women. So this is end of my remarks. I wish you all the best as we reflect together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Jamani, tusimame tumpigie makofi mgeni wetu rasmi kwa speech nzuri. Mimi nilikuwa nasikiliza numbers, and I promise next year na mimi nita graduate here. Thank you so very much, madam. Tunaelekea kwenye zoezi letu ambao ni karibu na mwisho. Najua wengi tumeshachoka na muda wetu umetupa mkono, lakini tulikotoka ni mbali na tunapoenda ni karibu sana. Kwa hiyo hakuna haja ya kukata tamaa. So let's stay together, kwa sababu tumeshamla ng'ombe mzima, amebaki mkia peke yake. Thank you so very much. You may get seated. Na sasa hivi tunaelekea kwenye tendo la certificates pamoja na awards kwa wale ambao ni wamemaliza ama accomplish program ya Women Creating Wealth kwa hapa Tanzania. So I would love to call Angaja kwa ajili ya I would love to call Madam I've been speaking to Angaja most of the times. Kwa jina lake limebaki hapo mdomoni. So I'd love to call our Madam Ms. Anabahati Mlai and facilitate hii ratiba nzima ya utoaji wa vyeti. Na utaratibu tu kwa haraka haraka, naona wengi tumekaa sana upande huu wa huku. So wale ambao the photographers, Tutaomba mtuambie where is going to be a very good position kwa wao kuja kusimama na nyinyi mkaweza kupata picha zenu nzuri. Okay, so watakuwa wanakuja hivi then wanashuka huku. Yeah. Kwa hiyo tumeelewana, tutakuwa tunakuja hivi, tunapandisha pale, unapokea cheti, unapiga picha pamoja na mgeni rasmi, pamoja na bosi wetu hapa, then unashuka upande wa huku unaelekea kukaa. Karibu sana madam.
Jamani, WCW entrepreneurs about to be certified mpo. Naona wote mlisubmit assignments. Basi naomba nitumie nafasi hii kumkaribisha tena mgeni rasmi. DG Sauda, naomba nikukaribishe tena kwa ajili ya kugawa vyeti. Tutatoa vyeti kwa wale wote waliomaliza assignments wakapata coaches. Kama hujamaliza assignment, please hautaitwa jina. Lakini pia tutatoa baada ya hapo vyeti kwa ajili ya coaches na baadhi ya watu. Na kuomba Madam Vida pamoja na Madam Emma.
Wanakuja hapo. Ndio wanatokea huko. Habari za muda huu kwa wakati mwingine tena. Watu wa muziki tunawategemea, lakini msiende juu ya sauti yangu watu wakashindwa kusikia majina. For starters, naomba tuanze kwa kurecognize wale waliofanya input mpaka tukafika hapa tulipo. Kwa hiyo tutaanza na certificates of appreciation. Wa kwanza, we are going to appreciate Rehema Mari as our master mentor. Rehema Mari. And then we are going to go to the youth coaches. Can I start with the youth coaches? Charity? Apa. Charity. Youth coaches, najua mpo nyuma, naomba msogee mbele tafadhali. Catherine Kapilima. Yeah. Ndo tunasikilizia nani? What is that? Subiri tuone. Nani anapokea cheti hapa? Cheti anapokea nani kutoka kwetu? Mimi nawasikiliza nyie. Mimi nirudi kule. No, that does not matter anymore. We just have to get done with this. I answered it. Rehema, pita uchukue. Glory Bisanda. Glory Martha Chimilila. Theonistina. Theonistina. Now to our technical coaches, Coach Christian. Coach Deogratis. Watu na watu wao. Coach Emilian Busara. Coach Fasili. And now to our certified graduates. Niwaambie wa graduates kwamba vyeti vyetu vimepangwa alphabetically. Kwa hiyo kama una herufi ya kwanza tafadhali kuwa karibu ili tusichukue muda mrefu hapa stejini. Anastasia Numi. Anastasia Numi. Amina Hassan Mzava. Anet Ngongi. Aisha Abdalla Nduka. Aisha. Nani? Nenda tayari. Agnes Mashimba. Aisha. Aisha. Agnes Mashimba. Anna Leon Mushi. Moshi. Anna Samson. Antonian Simbi. Antonian Simbi. Huyu naomba nisimamishe ukumbi kwa heshima yake mama yetu Elizabeth Mwanguku Kalinga. Please keep clapping, please keep clapping. Besa Sagala. Besa Sagala. Brenda Mato. Brenda Mato. Charlotte Moisagisia. Charlotte. Charlotte. Chikulweno. nitavichanganya. Kisha nini? Chada chiku hiki hapa. Pita shada. Dina Chilonwa. Eliwanjeria. Edith Dismas. No, huyu hapa. Eliwanjeria. Kimeshaenda. Edith Dismas. No, kule. Elizabeth Tineshimo. Eriswida Moshi. Eriswida Moshi. Evelyn Thompson. Evodia John Bele. Faith Mnimbo. Fausta Samuel Murray. Giselle Mbaga. Giselle Glory Jared Mtei. Giselle Glory Jared Mtei. Gloria Riwa. Gloria Riwa. Grace Munisi. Grace Munisi. Grace Ipini. Grace Shio. Godesta. Godesta. Godesta yupo mkae. Nadhani ni Hawa Mwema. Najua ituma mwakilishi Hawa Mwema. Hawa Mkwela. Hawa Mkwela. Anaanza Mkwela. Ida Katigula, Irene Banduka, Irene Peter, Nikule utapewa. Utapewa kule. Mbona umebakiza cha? Ivona Nyamfurus, Janet Lohai, Janet Lohai, Janet Charles Mbogoma, Ivona. Jerusa Kitoto. Jerusa Kitoto. Joyce Felician. Joanita Jeremiah. Joanita, please move. Joyce Kamugisha, Paul. Joyce Kamugisha. Judith Lugembe. Juliana John Gervas. Juliana Gervas. Karen Sumai. Hadija Kello. Kokusima Mutabingwa. Lea Mayaya. Lina King. Tumeshaenda kule. Mtabadilishana hapa. Lina King. Lulu Yasini. Lulu. Margaret Joseph Magebo. Martha Florence. Miriam Loivotoki. Usimpite wewe, msubiri. Mwanaidi Mwilima. Mwilumbwa Kibasa. Binti Mabutu. Mildred Adam Mwambene. Neema Makoye. Nora Urio. Loveness Urio. Yeah. Nuru Sarah Lema. Peace Leslie. Priska Emmanuel. Priska Emmanuel. Priska Tembo. Come on. Priska Tembo. Redempta Asimwe. Engineer Regina Fumbuka. Rehema Bashir. Rehema Manase Madusa. Rehema Mari. Rehema Lugendo. Rehema Lugendo. Rehema Kasaizi.
Rose Chimilila.
Nini? Rose.
Salome Tondi. Saida Bandare. Sandra Aikarua Mushi. Sandra Kiunsi. Sandra Kiunsi. Sia Lema. Sarafina Msoka. Sarafina. Meanwhile, Catherine, naomba uchukue final score kutoka kwa judges. Subira Bauji. Sarafina, yeah. Coach Catherine. Suzanne Donald Ndibalema. Suzanne. Zawadi John Rubuga. Nani? Zawadi Rubuga. Vivian Ibrahim. Zaina Idi Katimba. Zuhura Musa Bakari. Zuhura Musa Bakari.
Jamani, wote mmesikia pitches za jam starters walio develop their business ideas wakazifanyia kazi ndani ya mwezi, na nadhani sasa ni wakati wa kuwafahamu wale washindi. Na naona mahesabu yanapigwa kwa haraka haraka kweli. Kwa sababu judges wamesikiliza, lakini walikuwa wana score kwenye sehemu mbalimbali kuona kama kweli hii biashara iko viable. Na bwana alikuwa anauliza maswali, jamani, masoko ni yapi? Unapata wapi raw materials? Biashara yako utamuuzia nani? Naambiwa wako tayari, mahesabu yamekamilika. Na sasa tutaanza na mshindi wa 3. Karibu sana dada Emma. Naomba niseme kitu kimoja. Mshindi wa 3 atapata zawadi ambayo ina thamani ya $1,000 kwa madafu ni milioni 200 na laki 7, lakini milioni 2 na laki 7, lakini inatolewa kwa technical support. Kwamba sasa tumeona idea yako iko hivi, tuifanye vipi ili ikue. Kwa hiyo watapata support kulingana na biashara yake aliyoipresent. Mshindi wa 2 atapata, nataka kusema wote. Wa 2 atapata $1,500. Na wa 3 atapata, wa kwanza atapata $2,000 ambazo kwa hela za kitanzania milioni 5 na hapana, milioni 5 na basi nimpe dada Emma aweze kuwatangaza washindi wetu kuanzia wa 3.
Mshindi wa 3 ni Zuhura Musa. Zura Musa anapata $2,672,000
kwa technical support.
Technical support. Amna jina Mshindi wa 2 ni Victoria Eleganza. Naye anapata $4,800,000. Hakuna muziki. Mshindi wa kwanza, naona hiyo. Jamani tumshangilie. Naye si mwingine anaitwa Juliet Liamunda. Anaondoka na $5,344,000. Milioni 500. Milioni 500 eh? Hongera sana, hongera sana. Nakuja kuchukua dawa. Hongera sana, well done. Yeah. Mike ya kwako.
Tunawaomba winners wote waje mbele na cheki zao. Winners wote tunawaomba mbele na cheki zao. Tunawaomba na judges please. Tunawaomba na judges. Tunawaomba judges tafadhali. Judges tunawaomba. Yes. Thank you so very much. A round of applause kwa ajili ya wale wote ambao wameweza kufanikisha kugraduate. Naombeni tujipongeze tafadhali. DJ naomba upunguze kidogo sauti ya muziki as we are going for group photos. Tunaomba msaada wa kupatiwa viti hapa mbele. Hear my apology. Chap basi tupangishe. Group 4.
Okay, wakati tunapanga viti, Angaja, please, Angaja or Catherine. Catherine. Catherine, are you in the room? Wakati tunaendelea kupanga viti, wanasema appreciation ni kitu kizuri katika maisha yetu. Na pale ambapo mtu anakuwa amefanyiwa jambo zuri, si mbaya uka appreciate. So, Catherine, please.
Habarini za mchana tena. Na moja kwa moja ningependa kumleta coach Fasili pamoja na youth coach Theonostina. Wameandaa kitu kidogo kwa ajili ya entrepreneurs wao. They didn't want to part way hivyo. So they have little something for them. Namkaribisha coach kwa dakika moja. Then nitaomba team zima ya coach Fasili, I mean all entrepreneurs na coach Fasili, nitaomba hapa mbele. Karibu sana.
Habari za mchana. Habari za mchana. Basi bila kupoteza muda, kwanza ni wapongeze wote mlio graduate. Na wote ambao mlikuwa kwenye cohort ya kwangu. Lakini pia bila kusahau timu nzima ya WCW. Lakini pia nimpongeze sana mgeni rasmi. Karibu sana. Nakushukuru sana kwa clarify mambo mengi sana ambayo nafikiri wajasiriamali wengi wataanza kuyachukua kama fursa. Basi kwetu sisi kwenye group letu tumeandaa zawadi kidogo tu kwa ajili ya kila aliyeshiriki hapa kwa upande wetu kwenye cohort. Kwa hiyo nafikiri naomba nimkabidhi Theonestina kwa ajili ya kuita majina na kuwakabidhi.
Jamani, sorry, just a minute. Naomba all graduates and coach Fasili, naomba mje hapa mbele. All graduates, mngekaa mkapa. Naombeni mkae hapa. Theonestina atagaia. Naombeni mkae hapa. Just fanya. Jamani, this is so thoughtful kwa sababu coach mwenyewe ameamua kuandaa hii zawadi na anaenda kuwakabidhi. Jamani, makofi mengi kwao. Asanteni sana Theonestina, naomba utagaia zawadi zao. Na hapo nilikuwa ninamuomba Madam Anna Bahati na Madam Angaja, please come to the podium. Madam Angaja, Coach Glory. Asanteni sana, naomba niwaruhusu mkaketi. Ninamwomba Coach Glory, Madam Anna Bahati, Madam Angaja. Yes, Madam Angaja, nilikuwa naomba msimame hapa. Kuna a group of entrepreneurs ambao waliniping, wameandaa zawadi kwa ajili ya WCW. DJ, ninaomba uwalete. Kushukuru ni kuomba tena. Thank you jamani, wale entrepreneurs walioandaa zawadi, ninaomba mje mbele kwa ajili ya kuikabidhi. Au zawadi mmeisahau nyumbani? Nuru Rema pamoja na timu yako. DJ, kwa kuwa hii ni zawadi ambayo inaenda kwa WCW, jamani tuisindikize kwa makofi. Godesta pamoja na wenzako. Karibuni sana ili muweze kupata picha ya pamoja for this thoughtful gift. Mbona mwa? So this team prepared a little something from the WCW team. Na wamesema asante sana for all the coaching, for all the session. Na hapo ningependa kumsimamisha Coach Busara. Inakuomba uje hapa mbele. Nitaomba mbaki hapo. Na hawa ni a group of entrepreneurs ambao pia wameandaa kitu kwa ajili ya coach wao. Karibu. Yes. And that is from entrepreneurs to coaches. Wanasema asante sana. And thank you very much jamani, kazi mlionituma entrepreneurs nimeweza kuimaliza. Asanteni sana.
Wow, hongereni sana, asante sana. Hakika kushukuru ni kuomba tena.
Asante. Kwa sababu ya shamra ambazo zinaendelea DJ. Habari za jioni. Imeshafika jioni. Habari za jioni jamani. Congratulations entrepreneurs wote mliofanikiwa kuwa certified. Kazi yangu hapo leo ni moja tu. Ni kuwaambia kwamba Women Creating Wealth hatuishii hapa. Sisi tuna business community. Kama umegraduate, umekuwa certified leo, na nadhani kila mtu ame-mention kwamba it's a journey. We're just starting. Yani mlichokipata ni mwanzo tu. Kwa hiyo ninaomba tafadhali, kama hauja join kwenye business community, please make a point. We also have a closed Facebook community. If you're not part of that community, unajinyima uhondo. Please make sure you become part of that community. Because we have mega plans. Meona leo tumekaa hapa na entrepreneurs ambao wali graduate 2016. And they're still here. They're still reaping the benefits of Women Creating Wealth. We are not looking at Women Creating Wealth as a one-time event. Program nyingi zinakuja, zinafanya, zikishamaliza wamepotea. We are looking at a place where you will be able to survive with your business, to create networks, to work with each other. Tuko hapa 150 ambao tumegraduate leo. We are looking at other women in the 7 different countries. And we are looking this to be a global movement, a movement for African women, so that we can be able to benefit from the markets, from the opportunities that are available. What you have here, I have watched women waki-connect na kufanya biashara kutokana kwenye program. Like they met on the program, they had done businesses. I had a very long presentation. Beatrice is one of them. She has made a very good connection, 2016. And she's done business to date. So it's not a community to die.
leo mmepata opportunity ya kukutana. Don't leave this place without connecting with somebody else. Okay? Don't connect with only the ones you know. Connect with everyone as much as possible, because that is where you build. Okay? Thank you and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Makofi tena mengi sana kwa Coach Gloria. Thank you so very much. Asanteni sana. Tumebakiza vipengele vichache tu, kama sio viwili, vitatu. Now we are going to group photo, and then we'll have a word of thanks from Miss Lulu after group photo. Then we'll be having a closing remarks from Miss Vida Nasari. Then after that, we'll be going for lunch and, late lunch and networking. Thank you so very much. Na utaratibu wetu wa kupiga picha, tutaanza, utakuwa umegawanyika katika makundi. Nafahamu mliomaliza leo mpo wengi, kwa pia tutakuja kwa makundi. Najua nafasi ni ndogo, haitotosha. Najua next time tutafanyia Julius Nyerere. That will be my graduation next year. A much bigger space. Okay, na nitamwomba mgeni rasmi pamoja na meza kuu mketi, lakini pia picha yetu ya kwanza itakuwa ni ya Graka Machel team leadership yote. Niwaombe meza kuu mweze kuketi kwa ajili ya group photo, na tutaanza na Graka Machel team leadership, trust leadership. DJ kamziki kalienda kwao. Mimi natokea Mbeya. Mziki ulienda Mbeya? Au kwa Thank you so much. Graka Machel team, Graka Machel Trust and leadership, uongozi wote wa Graka Machel Trust. Wakati huo watafatiwa group za coaches wote, youth coaches na master mentors na YAGS. Mtajiandaa. Group ya coaches wote, youth coaches pamoja na master mentors na YAGS. Naomba mwanze kusogea tafadhali. Mtasimama nyuma yao tafadhali. Youth coaches, group ya coaches wote. Group ya coaches wote. Kwa kama kuna coaches hapa, naomba tuje tupate picha tafadhali. Kwa haraka. Master mentors pamoja na YAGS. Wakati huo tutakuwa tunajiandaa, picha inayofuata ni certified entrepreneurs, na nitatamani ziwe zinanyanyuka meza tatu. I guess meza tatu zitakuwa tutatosha kwa idadi hapa. Kama tutotosha basi tutapunguza 2, tukianzia upande wetu ule pale. Meza ya Madam Sandra pamoja na ya Redempta. Baada ya hapa mtafuata kwa ajili ya group photo. Au nyie ndio mlioweza kushika majina. Then tunaomba hiyo meza hapo ya graduates please. Tufanye haraka kidogo. Asante sana. Meza inayofuata na inayofuata nitegemea mngekuwa tayari mmeshasogea hapo. Wakati ile meza ya kule mwishoni na yenyewe naomba muwe mnasogea mbele ili tuweze kuokoa muda. Kama ziko meza mbili naomba tusogee mbele kwa haraka haraka, na inayofuatia kama ina graduates ilibaki moja, naomba inayofuata isogee mbele. Mbona hamna vibe? Naomba mtashikia upande wangu huku ili muweze kuwapisha wale wapande. Angaja. Tusogee huku wengine, naomba tusogee huku. Na wengine tunaweza tukasimama nyuma ya wao, sio mbaya, please. Okay. Asante, naomba tusogee haraka haraka. Naomba meza inayofuata isogee mbele. Asante. Tayari? Tayari? Asante. Naomba tusogee hapo kwa haraka haraka. Kama kuna meza iliyobakia hapo ambao wamegraduate, naomba pia tusogee. Najua ndo meza ya mwisho. Hatuna wengine tena mpaka mwakani. Pia nilikuwa nimekumbushwa hapa, wale ambao tumeshapiga picha naomba tusiondoke, kwa sababu mtakuwa na picha yenu ya pamoja as well. Bila kusahau nilikuwa naona kuna hivi parcel vingi tumeviona vikiwa vinatembea hapo, kwa wengine tumeviona wamepewa zawadi, wengine najua zawadi zitatufuata baadaye kwa sababu naona hapa vimebaki. Aliyeandaa huyo ni Grace Shio ambaye pia ni graduate. Jamani, naomba tumpongeze sana kwa kazi nzuri aliyoifanya, ila pia ana spices zake pale nyuma, najua baadaye tutapata muda wa kwenda kuziona na pia kumuunga mkono vile vile. Baada ya hapo nilikuwa naomba tupate picha ya pamoja na board ya NABW. Naomba tafadhali tupate picha ya pamoja kwa ajili ya kumbukumbu hii nzuri. Wakati huo alumni, naomba tujiandae. Kama tuko hapa wote tusogee kwa haraka. Alumni wote wa Women Creating Wealth program, nitaomba tusogee hapa kwa ajili ya kupata picha ya pamoja. Alumni hakuna? Mpo wapi alumni? Subiri kidogo. You can join. Okay. So they're only these ones. Amna alumni wengine? Naona kuna mwingine pale. Wakati huo nilikuwa naomba ile panelist ya kwanza na ya pili. Panelist ya kwanza na ya pili tafadhali. Panelist ya kwanza na ya pili tupate picha ya pamoja ya ukumbusho. Panelist ya kwanza na ya pili wote tumetimia. No one is left behind. Wakati huo tunafahamu shughuli ni watu na watu ndio sisi, na wakati mwingine shughuli huwa inakuwa nzuri ukiwa na watu ambao wanakusupport. Na picha yetu hii ya mwisho itaenda kwa stakeholders wetu. Asanteni sana kwa kutushika mkono. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa pamoja na sisi. Wale wote wanaotoka katika mashirika ya kiserikali, private sectors, access to finance ambao ni banks, access to marketing, tunaomba stakeholders wote waliotushika mkono waje wapige picha ya pamoja. Tulikuwa tuna Stanbic Bank, nakumbuka tulikuwa tuna NMB, tulikuwa tuna representatives kutoka Brela. Karibuni sana tuweze kupata picha ya pamoja. Tulikuwa na wawakilishi pia kutoka BOT, the Bank of Tanzania. Kama mpo hapa nilikuwa naomba tupate kusogea tupate picha ya pamoja kwa haraka. Wakati huo Miss Lulu, naomba usiwe mbali sana uweze kutupa a vote of thanks. Tuweze kumalizia ratiba yetu na kwenda for a late lunch. Wale ambao tayari tumeshapiga picha tunaomba tuchukue coupon pale mlangoni. Asante sana, tumemaliza. Yes. Sisi watakuja sasa hivi madam. Mnataka mpige ndio wao wanakuja. Yaani nataka nyinyi niwashushe ili wenyewe waje. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Wakati huo graduates wote naomba msogee hapa mbele kwa ajili ya picha yenu ya pamoja na ya kumbukumbu. Naomba msitoke nje. Mje na vyeti vyenu pamoja na nyinyi kuonesha kwamba kweli assignment zilikuwa submitted na mlifikisha marks ambazo zilipaswa kufikishwa na mliweza kulogin kwenye mfumo pia. Hamkuwa mnapiga simu sana. Naomba tusogee mbele kwa shangwe kabisa. Jamani, haya mambo sio madogo. Achievement inatakiwa kuwa celebrated, yeah? Kuna wengine tulianza nao hapa, mimi sijamaliza. Naombeni jamani msogee hapa. Graduates kwa haraka haraka, naombeni tusogee hapa tupate picha pamoja tafadhali. Naomba tusogee, tutasalimiana vizuri baadaye. Graduates. Wengine mnaweza mkasimama mstari wa nyuma huku utokeze kichwa ili usiweze ukae katikati ya mtu na mtu. Tunaweza tukasogea kwa nyuma ya mstari hapa. Nimeona wengine wameamua kukaa chini, sio mbaya. Ni celebration tu. Women creating wealth. Women creating wealth. Women creating wealth. Mimi naomba niongeze kwamba we stand kama ambavyo poeti yetu ilikuwa inasema kutoka kwa Madam Sandra. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Hongereni sana wakati mnaendelea kukaa, jipigieni makofi huku una dance. Lakini pia ninaambiwa ya kwamba picha zote zitapatikana kwenye QR code itakayokuwa imekuwa displayed hapo kwenye screen. Kwa hiyo utaweza kupata picha yako.
Okay. Habari za jioni. Okay. Habari za jioni. My name is Lulu Yasini Nyapili, the founder and managing director.
DJ, naomba tupunguzie sauti kidogo.
Okay. Habari za jioni tena. My name is Lulu Yasini Nyapili, the founder and managing director of Del Moche Agribusiness Company and the executive director of Women Tapo, a community-based organization focusing on local women vendors through economic empowerment, health equity, leadership, and GBV advocacy. On behalf of my fellow graduates, I would like to sincerely thank the Gracia Michelle Trust for designing such a powerful program that centers African women's potential. You have not only given us training, you have restored belief, vision, and drive. My key takeaway from this program ni kwamba utajiri si pesa, ni mtazamo. Uongozi na kusudi la kweli. Kupitia program hii tumejifunza kujiona si tu kama mfanyabiashara, bali kama chombo cha mabadiliko. Nimejifunza kuwa na mtazamo sahihi, naweza kukuza biashara ambazo ni endelevu, inayopanuka na kuweza kufikia kiwango cha kimataifa. Napenda kutoa special thanks kwa our country manager, Ana Bahati. Pia, to all mentors, your dedication has shaped us. You have walked with us, guide us, and believe in us. We said asante sana. And kwa sababu nimepata nafasi ya upendeleo na kutoa shukrani kwa niaba ya all mentors, allow me to give a special recognition to Dr. Douglas. Nimepata bahati ya kuwa mentored naye, asante sana. To my fellow graduates, congratulations.
Thank you.
We are not just celebrating completion. We are celebrating the beginning of impact. Let us forward with courage, with sisterhood, and with a film committed to create wealth, not only for ourselves, but for our communities, our families, and our generation. Yay. Thank you, and may we continue to raise together.
Asanteni sana, asante sana, asante sana, na hongereni sana. Naomba kuendelea kukumbusha jambo moja, coupon zote kwa ajili ya late lunch zitapatikana pale mlangoni, na tutashuka mpaka ground floor tenda kula restaurant. Coach, wale tuliokuwa kwenye Coach Douglas, tunaomba tubaki hapa mbele kwa ajili ya picha.
Thanks.
No problem.
Na mimi nataka nipige picha na
Jamani, tunaomba mkipata picha zenu, mkiposti, mtutagi kwenye mitandao, Gracia Machel Trust, Women Creating Wealth. Please do tag us. Do tag us kwenye Twitter. Kwa hiyo asanteni sana kwa kuja, asanteni sana kwa kushirikiana nasi. Tunawatakia kila la heri. Our community keeps growing. Wale watu wa Coach Christian anawaomba hapa mje mpige picha. Wale waliokuwa coached na Coach Christian, naomba msogee huku mbele kumfuata Coach